Chapter 59. Ning Xuejuan asked with an uncertain expression, "Are you really not joking?" Lin Yuan nodded seriously. How could he joke at a time like this? Even if he wanted to joke around, he had to look at the occasion, right? Upon hearing his confirmation, Ning Xuejuan looked at him with a somewhat complicated gaze. Ning Xuejuan really wanted to ask if Lin Yuan was joking. The Creation Master Association's exam had always been easy to enter and strict to leave. The people who came for the assessment did not need to have a high threshold. However, it was extremely difficult to pass the Creation Master exam. This was also the Radiance Federation's emphasis on the Creation Master occupation. They didn't want to miss out on a talented commoner. In Ning Xuejuan's opinion, Lin Yuan was indeed a troublemaker. Logically speaking, Ning Xuejuan should be following the procedures and bringing Lin Yuan to undergo the primary scholar, Fey observer, and spiritual ingredient analyst tests. However, Frozen Snow Lord didn't follow the procedure. If he followed the procedures and conducted 3 knowledge-type spirit chi occupations exams in the Creation Master Association, it would definitely attract the attention of the upper echelons. It would be fine if Lin Yuan passed the exam, but if he couldn't, he would be labeled as a troublemaker in the Creation Master Association. It wasn't a small matter to cause trouble in the Creation Master Association. It was very likely that it would be recorded in his resume as a radiant citizen, so Ning Xuejuan tried to persuade him again. From the information you filled out, you are called Lin Yuan, right? Lin Yuan, the questions for the 3 primary exams provided by the Creation Master Association are different from the exams that you will receive when you go to the other lifestyle class associations. Since these 3 exams are entrusted to the Creation Master Association, the Creation Master Association will set up their own questions. The Creation Master Association's questions will be much more tricky than the other lifestyle class associations' questions. Therefore, I suggest, before Ning Xuejuan could finish her sentence, she heard an old voice. "Lass, someone came to our Creation Master Association to take the Knowledge Class Creation Master exam. How can we push them away? Also, how is this question tricky?" This old man did not deviate from the scope of the exam. These questions are all from within the scope. As long as you understand them, you will be able to answer them. The old man's voice was very calm, with a hint of benevolence. However, when Ning Xuejuan heard the old man's voice, she quickly turned her head and said, "Mr. Vice President, aren't you cultivating platinum spiral-toothed sharks in the breeding room? I'll take care of this small matter." When the old man heard Ning Xuejuan's words, his face turned serious. "Just call me Grandpa. There's nothing to hide in the guild. I won't take special care of you anyway. I'm tired. Can I come out for a breath of fresh air? Little Snow Lord, you don't care about your grandfather at all." When the old man replied, he didn't mention Lin Yuan at all. However, his eyes were carefully sizing up Lin Yuan. Ning Xuejuan held her forehead with one hand and gave Lin Yuan a look, indicating for him to quickly escape. Although his grandfather looked kind, the speed at which he changed his face was a bit inferior to Sichuan opera. He had an eccentric temper. When he met someone he liked, he would protect them with all his might. When he met someone he hated, he would immediately belittle them. Ning Xuejuan knew that her grandfather had an eccentric temper. His grandfather hated people who didn't take their studies seriously. Lin Yuan looked at Ning Xuejuan's gaze and grinned like a sunny big boy. At that moment, the old man spoke to Lin Yuan. "Child, you are rather confident. You didn't even prepare in advance before coming to the Creation Master Association for the exam. The Creation Master Association's 3 knowledge-type spirit chi occupations aren't that easy to answer." When the old man spoke, his expression was rather calm, as though he was just trying to strike up a conversation out of boredom. When Lin Yuan heard the old man's words, he replied calmly and naturally, Vice President is right. But aren't all the questions difficult if you don't know them and easy if you know them? Lin Yuan's answer made the old man take another look at Lin Yuan and say, "That's right. What a good way to say that it's difficult to learn, but it's not difficult to learn. What an imposing way of saying it. If you have real ability, then you can be called a young hero. If you don't have real ability, then you're trying to fool this old man with words." When Ning Xuejuan heard her grandfather's words, she knew that her grandfather had taken Lin Yuan's words seriously. For a moment, she looked at Lin Yuan with sympathy. Ning Xuejuan couldn't help her grandfather's temper and eccentric temper. Lin Yuan was naturally filled with respect for the vice president of the Creation Master Association. These people were the pioneers on the path of creation masters. While each of them was evolving their phase, they were imperceptibly helping countless high-ranked spirit chi professionals. The Radiance Federation's current beautiful situation was inseparable from these people. This junior is naturally speaking the truth and doesn't dare to be careless. Lin Yuan's words were originally very ordinary, but when coupled with his behavior of wanting to take the 3 knowledge-type spirit chi occupations, it seemed rather arrogant and conceited. The old man still didn't react, but he changed the topic. "Since you're so confident, you must be quite knowledgeable as well. There were 2 types of prehistoric life on this planet. One was the megalodon, and the other was the leviathan. These 2 were the true overlords of the ocean during the tertiary period of prehistory. The 2 of them fought for tens of millions of years, and in the end, there was no clear victor. In your opinion, which one is stronger, the megalodon or the leviathan?" The old man's casual question made Ning Xuejuan's expression change. She thought, not good. This question was still being debated in the academic world, and there wasn't a widespread definition. Both were top-class predators that ruled over the tertiary period's ocean. They were the overlord class life forms and jointly controlled the abundant resources of the tertiary period's ocean. In terms of attack power, both life forms were evenly matched. Therefore, the difference in strength was based on individual combat strength, grasp of opportunities, and combat experience. No matter how Lin Yuan answered this question, it wouldn't be considered wrong. However, her grandfather was a staunch member of the Megalodon faction. He firmly believed that the Megalodon was the overlord of the tertiary period's ocean. It would be fine if Lin Yuan said it was the Megalodon, but if he said it was the Leviathan, her grandfather would probably fall out with him on the spot. Ning Xuejuan quickly replied, "Grandfather, you were still arguing with Grandfather Zheng about this topic. Grandpa, you and Grandpa Zheng have been arguing endlessly about this topic before. What is there to ask? You feel that the Megalodon is the overlord." Ning Xuejuan's words were very ingenious, and she was conveying a message to Lin Yuan. In Ning Xuejuan's opinion, if Lin Yuan was smart enough, he would definitely know how to answer this question. The old man could also hear the hidden meaning in Ning Xuejuan's words. He felt that his question was a little dull and uninteresting. Lin Yuan was experienced in the ways of the world, and he naturally understood. However, he maintained his respect for the old man and combined the knowledge in his mind. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. Chapter 60. The elder didn't expect to hear a new point of view from Lin Yuan. His interest was piqued, and he said kindly, "Young man, tell me about it. This old man likes to hear opinions that are insightful. Speak your mind." Ning Xuejuan was hopping mad as she listened. Her grandfather seemed to say the same thing every time before his face changed. Lin Yuan pondered for a while before replying. Actually, there's this answer because both have been eliminated in evolution, so they're both weak. Otherwise, neither the Megalodon nor the Leviathan whale can be seen now. Even if the sharks in the ocean have undergone atavistic mutation, and some have mutated into the megalodon. They're no longer megalodon or leviathan whales. This point of view made the old man fall silent. He had always heard that the megalodon or the leviathan whale were strong. Perhaps the two sides were equally matched, but without exception, they all said they were strong. This was the first time someone said they were weak. However, this weakness was understandable from the perspective of natural selection. Perhaps it was because Lin Yuan's point of view was too novel. Even when the old man heard someone say that the megalodon was weak, he did not immediately explode. Why? The megalodon and the leviathan ruled the oceans of the Tertiary period for millions of years. However, regardless of whether it was the leviathan whale or the megalodon, due to their high apex, it resulted in the slow evolution of marine animals in the Tertiary period. Therefore, they naturally chose to use a meteorite 65 million years ago to persuade both sides to stop the war with an irrefutable truth. This collision ushered in a new era of the Quaternary Ocean, and at the same time wiped out the megalodon whale and the leviathan whale. Therefore, from a creation master's perspective, in terms of survival and evolution, the megalodon and the leviathan whale are both weak. Lin Yuan voiced out his thoughts. This idea was not merely based on what Cleverness had learned. Most of it was the accumulation of his previous life's knowledge and the comprehension he had gained after promoting phase evolution. In the long river of time, everything was but smoke and dust. The path of evolution for a successful person was never to stand at the top and look down on the masses. A truly successful species evolution is one that knows how to evolve and overcome the next disaster in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. This way of survival was the eternal victor on the path of evolution. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, the old man was silent for a long time as though he was recalling Lin Yuan's words. Ning Xuejuan no longer looked at Lin Yuan as though he was just a troublemaker. This was because such words could not be easily said by an uneducated person. Lin Yuan stood quietly in place, neither arrogant nor impatient. At this moment, the old man suddenly laughed and clapped his hands. "All right." The old man's voice was very loud and immediately attracted the attention of many people. However, the elder didn't care and looked at Lin Yuan. "Young man, what you said is really brilliant, but why did the meteorite from 65 million years ago destroy the megalodon and the leviathan whale, but the shark and whale populations still survive to this day?" When the old man asked this question, there was no longer any hesitation in his eyes. Obviously, the old man knew the answer. He was asking this question purely to test Lin Yuan. She wanted to see if Lin Yuan's previous answer was based on his feelings or if he truly understood the crux of the matter. Lin Yuan didn't think about it this time and said, "That's right. The higher you go, the weaker the food chain is. The meteorite 65 million years ago first destroyed the algae in the ocean, and the death of the algae was followed by the unicorn shrimps. The unicorn shrimps are the food source of various baleen whales and various large filter-feeding fishes. The baleen whales and various large filter-feeding fishes are also the common food of the megalodon and leviathan whales. The megalodon and leviathan whales stand at the top of the food pyramid, but they are also the weakest link in the ecological niche. This is the reason for their extinction." When the old man heard Lin Yuan clearly say the answer in his heart, he felt that Lin Yuan was pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. People of learning often cherish talented people. Especially when he saw such a young youth, there was a feeling of inheritance, which made the old man feel very gratified. He turned around and said to Ning Xuejuan, who was standing at the side, "Lass, those who went in to take the exam will be coming out one after another. Since you can't leave, I'll bring this young man to take the exam for the 3 knowledge-type spirit chi occupations. I want to see the standard of the youngsters nowadays. Ning Xuejuan placed the form that Lin Yuan filled in her grandfather's hand and secretly gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. Lin Yuan returned the gesture to express his gratitude and followed the old man to a classroom inside. The old man turned his head and said to Lin Yuan, "I'll invigilate the exam later." Actually, invigilating an exam is very interesting. I can see a person's 3 qualities by watching a person's answers. The old man didn't care if Lin Yuan answered or not, and just continued talking. Perhaps he was happy, but he seemed to be a chatterbox along the way and didn't stop talking. I can see a person's state of mind by looking at a person's expression when answering a question. I can see a person's attitude towards learning by looking at a person's answers. I can see a person's mental quality by looking at the steps when answering a question. It has been almost 10 years since this old man last invigilated an exam. While speaking, the old man's eyes revealed some reminiscence. Lin Yuan listened quietly. He felt that even the Redbud City's Creation Master Association's vice president, who even the city lord had to be courteous to, was just an old man who was a little biased towards learning. During the exam, the old man didn't hesitate and immediately handed all 3 exam papers to Lin Yuan. When entering the exam, Lin Yuan's mind was highly concentrated, and it felt as though everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. When Lin Yuan started to answer the questions, the old man didn't feel anything. But after a short moment, the old man felt that Lin Yuan's answers were actually pleasing to the eye. The brush tip landed on the paper at the same frequency. It was neither fast nor slow, and it was calm and steady. As for Lin Yuan, his expression didn't change as he answered the questions on the test paper page by page according to the order. The old man admired Lin Yuan's calm bearing, and he couldn't help but look forward to Lin Yuan's results, which were the answers. While answering the questions, Lin Yuan finally understood why Ning Xuejuan said that the Creation Master Association's questions would be very tricky. It was because 10% of the questions actually came from the notes in the book. There were even some questions that could only be answered in the book's preface. The person who came up with the questions was truly trying to make things difficult for others. But to Lin Yuan, it was still the same. I don't know if it is difficult, but it isn't difficult if I know it. It was precisely because of this that Lin Yuan's answers were like moving clouds and flowing water. Chapter 61. When Lin Yuan was answering the questions, he didn't feel the flow of time. Smoothly answering the questions was from the first question to the last without any pause. In fact, the process of answering the questions was the process of Lin Yuan wearing Genius's tool transformation glasses to learn and organize. The knowledge that Genius learned was still Genius after all. If Genius didn't transform into a pair of glasses, Lin Yuan's mind wouldn't have the knowledge that Genius learned. Lin Yuan knew that learning would always be a never-ending path. Right now, it was also a trick for him to take the exam for a knowledge-based lifestyle occupation. Lin Yuan still had to slowly learn this knowledge. For example, Lin Yuan would be able to remember most of the questions on the test paper during the process of answering. After Lin Yuan wrote down this knowledge, it invisibly became his. This was the reward. There were many small rewards that weren't eye-catching, but when these small rewards were combined, they would achieve a metamorphosis. Elder Ning had been looking at Lin Yuan answering the questions. He didn't realize how much time had passed. When Lin Yuan stood up to hand in the exam paper, Elder Ning looked at the clock and was rather shocked and confused. Elder Ning was looking at Lin Yuan answering the questions. Elder Ning had seen how Lin Yuan answered the questions calmly, but looking at the time, it was too fast. When he had come up with the questions, he had put in a lot of effort to make the questions tricky. Elder Ning didn't believe that Lin Yuan could answer the questions so quickly, but Lin Yuan's calmness didn't seem to be an act. Elder Ning took Lin Yuan's exam paper and started to look at it. Lin Yuan stood at the same spot and let his mind go blank from the deep learning. Lin Yuan liked the feeling of mastering knowledge very much. Elder Ning took the exam paper and saw that Lin Yuan's words were written with golden hooks and iron strokes. A good handwriting might not be considered a great ability after the Spirit Qi awakening, but it was able to give people a good impression. The more Elder Ning looked at the exam paper, the more shocked he was. Every single one of these questions had the correct answer. 1 passage, 2 passages, 3 passages. Until the end, Elder Ning didn't find a single wrong answer. Elder Ning turned around and examined it carefully again. It was rare for him to be so serious. However, after checking again, he still didn't find a single mistake. The 3 lifestyle class Spirit Qi occupations primary exam actually scored full marks. This was an inconceivable fact, but it was indisputable. If it wasn't for the fact that Elder Ning was certain that the answers to his questions wouldn't be leaked, Elder Ning would have felt that Lin Yuan was answering the questions with the standard answers. After a moment of silence, Elder Ning lifted his head and looked at Lin Yuan with a trace of graveness and admiration. What was solemn was that this fact was simply too unbelievable. What he admired was Lin Yuan's test results, how calm Lin Yuan was when answering the questions, and how meticulous Lin Yuan was when doing research. He couldn't find a single mistake. Lin Yuan said, while looking at Elder Ning's eyes, "Elder Ning, can I participate in the Creation Master exam now?" Elder Ning waved his hand and said, "Good kid, heroes come from the youth. You are someone with true capability. However, you will not be able to pass the Creation Master exam today. Leave the information here and come back tomorrow to participate in the Creation Master exam." Lin Yuan was a little confused. "I have already completed the Knowledge Spirit Qi occupation exam. Why can't I immediately participate in the Creation Master exam? If I were to participate in the exam tomorrow, I would need to consider the time to become a Class 2 Creation Master. I am afraid that I will miss the appointed time with Big Sister Xian, and I won't be able to find any loopholes. Elder Ning, can I take the exam today? I wish to try and see if I can complete the Class 1 Creation Master exam within 2 hours. Elder Ning smacked his lips and looked at Lin Yuan with an even more solemn gaze. His words were so praising that they were about to spill out. "Kid, you are rather ambitious. To complete the Class 1 Creation Master exam within 2 hours, could it be that you wish to try and become a Class 2 Creation Master?" Elder Ning might be speaking like this, but due to Lin Yuan's previous exam results, Elder Ning believed Lin Yuan's words a little. He really felt that Lin Yuan could complete the Class 1 Creation Master exam within 2 hours. "Then you will have to come back tomorrow. Who asked you to score so high and break the record for the Creation Master Association's Elementary Knowledge Spirit Qi occupation exam? Therefore, I will have to report your results to the Lifestyle Class Spirit Qi Occupations Association and go through the necessary procedures." After hearing Elder Ning's words, Lin Yuan nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Elder Ning stopped him and said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Follow me to the breeding room to take a look at the spiral-toothed shark that I am nurturing. Take a look at this old man's research." Lin Yuan might not have passed the Creation Master exam yet. However, it was obvious that Elder Ning had already treated Lin Yuan as a junior with potential. Elder Ning's words had the intention to guide Lin Yuan. In fact, it was because of Elder Ning's admiration for Lin Yuan. Otherwise, even if Lin Yuan was a Class 3 Creation Master, Elder Ning wouldn't even bother with him. To be the vice president of a city's Creation Master Association meant that Lin Yuan was destined to be a Class 4 Creation Master. The Creation Master Association had a tradition, be it the major cities' Creation Master Association or the Radiance Federation's Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. They didn't have a president. The person with the highest authority was the vice president. There were 3 absolute experts among the creation masters, which were the pinnacle Class 5 creation masters. They were the Bamboo Monarch, the Chef Supreme, and the Moon Empress. The Bamboo Monarch and the Chef Supreme were veteran Class 5 creation masters and were also the earliest batch of creation masters since the Spirit Chi Awakening. They stood at the pinnacle of creation masters. The Moon Empress was a rising star. After becoming a Class 5 creation master with exceptional talent, she had been concealing her capabilities and biding her time. For the past 10 years, the Moon Empress had been keeping a low profile. However, after the Moon Empress proclaimed herself as the Empress, no one else dared to proclaim themselves as the Empress. Even the Bamboo Monarch, the Chef Supreme, and the Moon Empress weren't willing to be the president of the Creation Master Association. They only held the title of honorary elder. Therefore, in order to express their respect for the Bamboo Monarch, the Chef Supreme, and the Moon Empress, the Creation Master Association didn't have a president and only had a vice president. If Lin Yuan was known to be able to obtain Elder Ning's appreciation, countless creation masters would be envious of him. Lin Yuan naturally didn't dare to decline the elder's invitation, as he was very interested in Platinum Phase. It was a pleasant surprise for Lin Yuan to be invited by Elder Ning to take a look at his breeding room. The Creation Master's breeding room was considered a private territory, and it was rare for outsiders to be invited. It was especially so when one could view the Platinum Phase that were being nurtured. Lin Yuan followed Elder Ning to his breeding room. As soon as he entered the breeding room, Lin Yuan could smell the unique smell of seawater and the violent pressure that was enveloping it. When he saw the scene inside the breeding room, Lin Yuan was shocked. This breeding room was too huge. At a glance, there was a huge pool that was close to 1,000 meters in length and width. It was just like a small-scale artificial sea. The sea was emitting a terrifying pressure that seemed to have extreme offensive power. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt Elder Ning circulating the spirit chi in his body. 3 willpower runes emerged from his body and emitted powerful spirit chi waves. Chapter 62, The Might of a King-Class Expert, was completely revealed at this moment. Lin Yuan felt that he was like a lone boat in the middle of a vast ocean that might be submerged and devoured by the waves at any moment. Elder Ning had purposely restrained his aura when facing Lin Yuan. Otherwise, the King-Class Expert's aura would have crushed Lin Yuan to the ground. As Elder Ning's aura burst forth, a massive shadow appeared in the small man-made sea. The bright silver dorsal fin had dark red patterns, and it was like a sharp sword that split the surface of the sea. The 10-meter-long giant body leaped from the surface of the sea and smashed into the surface of the sea, setting off monstrous waves. The impact of the airflow caused Lin Yuan to stagger and nearly fall. Elder Ning waved his hand at Lin Yuan and said, "This is my newly bred spiral-toothed shark. This is my newly bred spiral-toothed shark." Elder Ning introduced it to Lin Yuan indifferently. At that moment, the spiral-toothed shark had already swam close, and its teeth were like rotating gears. Not only that, but the upper jaw also grew a row of vertical fangs, and the gears with the lower teeth formed a pair of scissors that could cut. This allowed the spiral-toothed shark to transform into a killing tool in the sea, using its spiral teeth and scissors to cut and shred the life forms in front of it. This spiral-toothed shark didn't just have the characteristics of the prehistoric spiral-toothed shark. It also perfectly superimposed the spiral-toothed shark's characteristics on top of the spiral-toothed sharks. This was an extremely exciting prehistoric atavism and evolutionary breeding result. Lin Yuan looked at the spiral-toothed shark and tilted his ear to Elder Ning. Elder Ning obviously had something else to say when he called him over. "Kid, I've already nurtured this spiral-toothed shark to Platinum X myth/legend, but I haven't upgraded it to diamond because I want to induce it to mutate in the direction of a megalodon when it's upgraded to diamond, Lin Huang explained. After saying that, Elder Lin took out a platinum phase storage box from the side and took out many glass test tubes from it. After opening the test tubes, he poured the golden red liquid into the spiral-toothed shark's mouth. Lin Yuan recognized this golden red liquid. Wasn't this golden red liquid the platinum dragon's blood? Big Sister Exion's price for a drop of platinum dragon's blood was 2,000 radiance dollars. There were about 100 drops in each of these tubes. He had already put down 10 tubes, which were worth at least 2 million radiance dollars. This made Lin Yuan have a new definition of luxury. Elder Ning fed the spiral-toothed shark and explained, the prehistoric megalodon preys on draconic beasts in the sea. Feeding them with the blood of draconic beasts will induce the spiral-toothed shark to evolve into the megalodon. Creation masters might not be able to do anything, but you have to remember that all life forms' evolution is traceable. Lin Yuan carefully thought about Elder Ning's words. At the same time, he was also looking at the spiral-toothed shark, thinking that if the spiral-toothed shark evolved again in the direction of the megalodon, its size would increase exponentially. At the same time, in addition to spiral and scissor teeth, it could also grow a mouth full of giant teeth. Spiral-toothed shark could, and spiral-toothed shark. At that time, Lin Yuan did not dare to imagine how powerful the spiral-toothed shark would be. After feeding the sawtooth-sheared shark, Elder Ning brought Lin Yuan out of the breeding room. Lin Yuan had been mulling over the meaning of Elder Ning's words. At this moment, Elder Ning said, becoming a creation master isn't just to create and sublimate life. It is also to save lives. You can leave now and come back early for the exam tomorrow. Lin Yuan nodded and bade farewell. After leaving the Creation Master Association, Lin Yuan realized that the sky was already dark. At that moment, in the Creation Master Association, Elder Ning personally wrote a letter and spoke to the assistant beside him. Take this letter directly to the Lord's mansion and hand it over to City Lord Ling Shao. After the assistant left, Elder Ning sighed with anticipation. Lin Yuan, whether or not you have the chance to ascend in a single step tomorrow will depend on whether you can pass the Class 2 Creation Master exam. Lin Yuan didn't know the reason for the Creation Master Association's reform. However, as the vice president of the Redbud City's Creation Master Association, Elder Ning knew about it. The Creation Master Association's reform was due to the Moon Empress' intention to accept disciples for the first time. It had been many years since the Redbud City's Creation Master Association had produced a true talent. He wondered if the Redbud City's Creation Master Association would be able to bring more glory to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan rushed toward the Redbud Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy. In the car, Lin Yuan dialed Chu Si's number. However, Lin Yuan did not expect that after the phone rang for half a minute, it would not be Chu Si but another familiar voice. It was Teacher Bao's voice. He's Chu Si's brother, right? Chu Si is injured and is undergoing treatment. If there's nothing urgent, I'll have Chu Si return your call after the treatment. As Teacher Bao spoke, there was a faint sound of collision, like a fight. Lin Yuan immediately asked worriedly, Teacher, why is Chu Si injured? I'm almost at school. When Teacher Bao heard Lin Yuan's words, he replied calmly, Our school's doctor is equipped with a silver healing fey, and will be able to heal it quickly. As a parent, you don't have to worry. It's inevitable to get injured during combat classes. Almost every student will suffer different injuries during combat classes. This is the only way to train combat standards. Teacher Bao's words put Lin Yuan at ease. However, at the same time, it made him feel that Chu Si had been injured because of the sharp iron horn bull's unorthodox defense-type fey. If this sharp iron horn bull did not have the sacrifice characteristic, it would be an offense-type Fey. If Lin Yuan had prepared a traditional defense-type Fey, Chu Ci might not have been injured. Defense-type spirit Qi professionals had always had a nickname, wearing the thickest armor and enduring the most vicious attacks. Lin Yuan did not want Chu Ci to be injured, so he suddenly had the idea of forging Chu Ci into an iron bucket. This was not enough. Not only did he want to become an iron bucket, but he also wanted to become an iron bucket that could reflect shocks. Only by forging Chu Ci into an iron bucket could Lin Yuan be at ease. It just so happened that Chu Ci could contract a second Fey now, so he might as well prepare it before the holidays. Teacher Bao, I'm at the school entrance. I want to go to the school infirmary to see Chu Ci. Wait at the entrance for a while. Chu Ci's treatment will be completed in a few minutes. It's dinner time, so I'll ask her to pick you up at the school entrance. You can have dinner together. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan stood at the school entrance, thinking about what exactly he should prepare for Chu Ci's second defense-type Fey. Chapter 63. There were countless types of defense-type Feys. If they were to really compare, there would probably be over 1 million types of defense-type Feys. Although the abilities that each Fey could comprehend tended to be similar to those of similar Feys, they were not exactly the same. Exclusive skills rarely overlapped, so one had to be very careful when choosing a Fey. This was because the combination of Feys was a spirit Qi professional's true trump card and means. Lin Yuan's head hurt as he thought about it. Lin Yuan felt that the Feys that were suitable for Chu Ci were rare and needed to be nurtured in a specific direction. Lin Yuan had the means to promote the evolution of Feys, so he focused more on normal Feys when choosing Feys for Chu Ci. This was because the Feys that he nurtured from a young age were constantly evolving. In some aspects, when they reached the same grade, they would be stronger than high-grade Feys of the same grade. They were also more compatible with spirit Qi professionals. Therefore, Lin Yuan had no reason not to choose low-grade Feys for Chu Ci to nurture. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking carefully, suddenly Lin Yuan felt someone pat his arm, and then he heard a delighted voice. Lin Yuan, why are you here to see me? Since Chu Ci had parted ways with Lin Yuan, she had thought that she would only see him again when she returned home from school. She did not expect that Lin Yuan would come to see her again not long after. Lin Yuan looked at Chu Ci and carefully observed her. He moved her arm and found that it was indeed completely healed. Only then did he feel relieved and said, I'm here to participate in the Creation Master exam this time. I came to pick you up for a meal. Let's go. You said you wanted to eat barbecue last time. Let's go find a barbecue shop. After saying that, Lin Yuan pulled Chu Ci toward the street next to the Redbud Intermediate Spirit Qi Academy. From time to time, a few female students would come to strike up a conversation, making Lin Yuan really tired of dealing with them. Chu Ci smiled sweetly and said, Then can I order a plate of roast lamb? Lin Yuan used his hand to rub the hair on Chu Ci's head. Lin Yuan rubbed Chu Ci's hair with his hand and said, Don't worry. Why do you want to eat lamb? I'll roast fish for you when we go to the barbecue shop later. Chu Ci stuck out her tongue. Although she knew that her family was rich, she was still not used to this feeling. Chu Ci stuck out her tongue. Although she now knew that her family was rich, she still hadn't gotten used to this feeling. Because of the hardships and frugality of his childhood, it had long been engraved in his bones. Of course, this didn't mean that she valued money very much. On the contrary, she did not scrimp on the 100,000 Federation dollars that Lin Yuan had transferred to her. The metal that was fed to the sharp iron horn bowl was the better type that it could consume at the bronze level. Now, not many of the 100,000 federal coins were left. There is an old saying that children from poor families take charge of the household early. Even though Chu Ci wasn't in charge, she understood the true nature of the world. looking up from the lowest level, one's eyes were filled with endless truth. In this kind of reality, Chu Xi knew who she was relying on in this world. He also understood what he needed to do if he wanted to survive in this world and make Lin Yuan happy. That was to study hard and increase his strength. Only by becoming an expert would he be able to help Lin Yuan and his elder brother. Therefore, after parting ways with Lin Yuan, she had not worked to earn money. Instead, he spent all his time on his studies. Now, when she looked at Lin Yuan, she felt indescribably relaxed and happy. Chu Xi's relaxation did not come from the improved affluent life, but because Lin Yuan's body had recovered. She was happy that even in this great world, she and Lin Yuan had persevered and never separated. Lin Yuan called for a car and asked, "Chu Xi, how does it feel to use the sharp iron horn bowl? How do you feel about using the sharp iron horn bowl? Which aspect do you want to focus on when choosing your next fei?" Lin Yuan could help Chu Xi choose her second fei. However, he also needed to respect her opinion in the general direction. Chu Xi's expression suddenly did not look too good, and she raised her fist angrily and said, "The sharp iron horn bowl is especially good, and I like it very much. The sharp iron horn bowl is very good. I really like it. However, a few of my classmates gave me a nickname, Big Iron Bowl. That's too much." Lin Yuan could not help but slap his forehead when he heard Chu Xi's words. When he was choosing the fei, he had only cared about the fei's strength. He had not been picky about the appearance. Firstly, the conditions at that time really did not allow it. Secondly, the sharp iron horn bowl's exclusive skill, sacrifice, was indeed a divine skill in Lin Yuan's opinion. This exclusive skill could be used from beginning to end with a fei. As the fei became stronger, the sacrifice exclusive skill would be more powerful. It would be a pity if he did not choose the sharp iron horn bowl. Moreover, 100 years after the spirit qi awakening, strength was fundamental. Everything else was just icing on the cake, and could not even be considered warmth in times of need. Lin Yuan had the memories of his previous life, and he was no longer a hot-blooded youngster. As an elder brother, perhaps he should bring his sister to help her teach the person who gave her the nickname a lesson and get back at him. However, Lin Yuan would not do that. Chu Xi was an independent individual and had to integrate into this society. Therefore, everything that happened now required Chu Xi to experience it. Only through experience would one grow. Lin Yuan would not intervene at all costs unless something that truly endangered Chu Xi occurred. Chu Xi said again, "The sharp iron horn bowl is very powerful. The sharp iron horn bowl is very powerful. Now, even the seniors might not be able to beat me." Chu Xi was very happy to talk about her results. Chu Xi was originally a modest and introverted person. Now that he had revealed his results, he hoped to share this happiness with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at the confident look on Chu Xi's face and proudly talked about his experience in the combat class. Lin Yuan felt his heart was extremely full and happy. It turned out that he was right to insist on sending Chu Xi to school, no matter how difficult it was. After chatting for a while, Lin Yuan and Chu Xi decided on the direction of the defense-type fei that Chu Xi wanted to contract. This time, Lin Yuan and Chu Xi's ideas were quite in line. Chu Xi needed to contract a traditional, purely defense-type fei. It would not be like the sharp iron horn bowl, which wore a defense-type skin, but swaggered around like an offense-type fei. During the meal, Lin Yuan and Chu Xi ate 3 grilled fish alone. After the spirit qi awakening, the ocean had become wider and deeper, and the degree of danger was even more immeasurable. There was a port next to the Xia region. Even under such favorable geographical conditions, the price of fish food was still sky-high compared to meat. In the past, even during the New Year, Lin Yuan could only go to the market to buy a normal sea fish head for Chu Xi. When he came back, he would cook fish head soup. Chapter 64. Given Lin Yuan's speed of earning radiance dollars, eating a few fish was really a piece of cake. After the meal, Lin Yuan transferred 50 radiance dollars to Chu Ci through his Star Web account. Chu Ci had never seen so much money before. However, when she looked at Lin Yuan, she only felt warmth in her heart, and everything was at ease. Chu Ci, the sharp iron horn bull, needs to eat more now. It needs all kinds of metals to strengthen its skin's defense and horn's destructive power. I'll mail you a pot of silver usnea later. The sharp iron horn bull is a herbivorous fae. Apart from eating metals, it can make the sharp iron horn bull stronger with silver usnea. Chu Ci nodded. There was no need for gratitude between siblings. If Chu Ci had to thank someone, it would be endless since she was 6 years old. Previously, Teacher Bao had asked Chu Ci to strive to get the school's recommendation at the end of her first year of high school. She would become a seeded contestant of the Redbud 100. Chu Ci had always kept this in mind. Now, Chu Ci planned to apply for an independent dormitory from the school after returning. The resources that Lin Yuan had given her were simply too shocking, and it was not suitable to take them out in a shared dormitory. After applying for an independent dormitory, Chu Ci would redouble her efforts and use all her energy to fight for the title of a seeded contestant of the Redbud 100. Afterward, she would strive for the dreams of all the Radiance Federation students. Radiance 100 sequence. This was Chu Ci's ambition. People born in insignificance were like fireflies, and none of them wished to be more than a flash in February. Chu Ci's ambition was very firm, and it was both ambition and a goal. A firefly yearned to become an immortal radiance. Lin Yuan did not continue to give Chu Ci any more instructions. He was at ease and proud of his sister. Chu Ci and Lin Yuan shopped and bought some delicious snacks and fruits. Lin Yuan had specially picked them for Chu Ci to bring back to express her gratitude to Teacher Bao. As they walked, they happened to walk to the Redbud City's Rare Life Form Pavilion. The Rare Life Form Pavilion had existed since the Spirit Chi Awakening. It was the largest and only auction organization on the Star Web. It was officially established by the Radiance Federation. Apart from the Rare Life Form Pavilion on the Star Web, it would hold a grand auction event every once in a while. If one wanted to auction something on the Rare Life Form Pavilion, they would have to pay a certain handling fee and put it on the Rare Life Form Pavilion. Someone else will raise the price at a specific time. The Rare Life Form Pavilion only displayed the current highest bid, so if a participant wanted to obtain a treasure, they only needed to raise the bid again. Of course, he could also choose to contact the seller and conduct a private transaction through bartering. If that was the case, the handling fee for placing the item on the Rare Life Form Pavilion would not be refunded. Most people didn't care about the fees. They would pay a certain processing fee to place the item on the Rare Life Form Pavilion. If they had a specific intention, they would normally leave a message under the Fae and conduct a specific transaction. The transaction fee was nothing more than using the Rare Life Form Pavilion as a platform to complete the transaction. Unlike the Star Web's Rare Life Form Pavilion, the products in the Star Web's Rare Life Form Pavilion were all interconnected. In each of the Radiance Federation's main cities, the Rare Life Form Pavilion's goods would also be auctioned, and it wasn't much different from the Star Web. However, the Faes in the main city's Rare Life Form Pavilions weren't interconnected. The Faes in the various Rare Life Form Pavilions were all put up for sale by the locals. Compared to the Star Web, the Rare Life Form Pavilion's physical shopping mall had much harsher standards. Normal items rarely had the qualifications to be auctioned in the Rare Life Form Pavilion. Lin Yuan said as he patted Chu Ci's shoulder. "Come, let's go in and take a look." Lin Yuan knew that he wouldn't be able to afford most of the phase and spiritual ingredients in the Rare Life Form Pavilion. However, there was a specific area in the Rare Life Form Pavilion's physical shopping mall that wasn't available on the Star Web. This area would sell rare, normal, and elite fays that few people had seen before. This area was the place that Lin Yuan wanted to visit tonight. Chu Xi was rather reserved, as she had never stepped into such a place before. Let's go take a look. There might be something suitable for your second fay. After entering the Rare Life Form Pavilion, one would need to go through the Star Card's identity verification. After Lin Yuan and Chu Xi's verification, they would be able to enter the Rare Life Form Pavilion's first floor without any obstructions. In order to enter the Rare Life Form Pavilion's second floor, there was a Spirit Chi occupation requirement. A combat class Spirit Chi occupation would need to be at least C rank. A lifestyle class Spirit Chi occupation would need to be at least Class 2. If it was a Creation Master, even if it was a Class 1 Creation Master, the Rare Life Form Pavilion's third floor would be fully open to the Creation Master. Lin Yuan wasn't a Creation Master yet, and his various aspects weren't up to the second floor's standards. It just so happened that the area that Lin Yuan wanted to visit was on the first floor, so Chu Xi led Chu Xi to the specific area. There were plenty of people on the Rare Life Form Pavilion's first floor. As there wasn't any authorization, one just needed to scan the Star Card to be able to enter the first floor without any obstructions. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the Rare Life Form Pavilion's first floor looked like a temple fair. As a mature soul from another world, Lin Yuan was able to quickly integrate into this world because he had a family, a younger sister, and responsibilities in this world. Another important reason was that this world wasn't dark. There might be difficulties and bad people struggling at the bottom, but this world wasn't cold and indifferent. For example, the Rare Life Form Pavilion was an official trade organization with an extremely high threshold. The first floor was open to all Radiance Federation citizens. Even if one wasn't a Spirit Chi professional, as long as they registered, they would be able to enter. This was a kind of attitude. Lin Yuan, look at that white little fox. It is so cute with two tails. But I have never seen this fay in the textbooks. Lin Yuan looked in the direction that Chu Xi was pointing and recognized the fay. How was this a little fox? It was a twin-tailed snow ferret. The twin-tailed snow ferret looked cute and was lazily lying in the fay's storage box. However, it was an extremely rare assault-type, ice-type fay. It would only occasionally appear in the forests of the extreme North's glacial regions. If Lin Yuan didn't have genius illusion glasses and true data, he wouldn't have been able to recognize this cute little thing as a twin-tailed snow ferret. Lin Yuan probably wouldn't have been able to recognize this cute little thing as a twin-tailed snow ferret. The twin-tailed snow ferret's freezing ability was already at the top of the silver elemental phase. This little twin-tailed snow ferret's price had already reached the high price of 1,100 radiance dollars. The price of a fay might be related to its grade, but that was only for fays that were circulating in the market. However, that was only for fays that were circulating in the market. For those fays that ordinary people wouldn't have seen in their lifetime in the Rare Life Form Pavilion, the price and grade didn't have much of a relationship. After all, people who could afford such fays would naturally be able to find creation masters to evolve their fays. Lin Yuan didn't consider a silver fay like the twin-tailed snow ferret. Chapter 65. The Rare Life Form Pavilion's first floor was as lively as the temple fairs that Lin Yuan had visited in his previous life. Most of the people coming and going had a joyous expression on their faces. In fact, most of the people who were strolling around the Rare Life Form Pavilion's first floor were people who couldn't cultivate Spirit Chi. Spirit Chi professionals were also a minority. The first floor of the Radiance Federation's major cities' Purple Thistle Pavilions was always the place that people who couldn't cultivate Spirit Chi were closest to spirit chi professionals. Every display stall would have a Fae seller beside it. For example, the seller of the two-tailed snow ferret was introducing the two-tailed snow ferret to a little lowly and her mother. The little lowly could see that she truly liked the cute two-tailed snow ferret, but it was obviously not suitable to be the first Fae to form a contract with. A spirit chi professional's spiritual energy would constantly increase. The first Fae to form a contract with would at most be a bronze Fae. If one wanted to form a contract with a silver Fae, they might not be able to withstand it and would be devoured by the Fae. In the Radiance Federation, there were cases of carelessly forming contracts with high-grade Faes, resulting in a spiritual energy breakdown due to the Fae's backlash. A spiritual energy breakdown would immediately turn a person into a vegetable. Even if one could find a high-ranked spirit chi professional to awaken it, the spiritual spatial zone's collapse was irreversible. This was also why a spirit chi professional's spiritual energy collapse would turn a spirit chi professional into an ordinary person who could sense spirit chi, but couldn't form a contract with a Fae. The masked man sitting on the ground gave Lin Yuan a feeling that he was incompatible with the surrounding environment. The surrounding environment was leisurely and relaxed. However, the masked man sitting cross-legged on the ground might not have a clear face, but he emitted an exceptionally gloomy aura. This gloomy aura had a trace of emptiness and numbness. This feeling was rather familiar to Lin Yuan. It was just like when Lin Yuan realized that he couldn't sense spirit chi, and that his spiritual energy was extremely weak. However, at that time, there was a huge change in his family, and he had to bring Chu Ci to survive. There wasn't a chance for Lin Yuan to immerse himself in his own world, so this despair had been suppressed at the bottom of his heart. It was only when Lin Yuan's body had recovered that it was released. Of course, the reason Lin Yuan was able to observe the masked man was because there were 4 cocoons wrapped in layers of silk nets in the display cabinet beside the masked man. Among the 4 cocoons, the 3 small ones were only the size of a date, while the big one was only half the size of a fist. The white silk threads were intertwined in a pattern, and the silk nets on each cocoon were of a different color. The silk threads were intertwined together regularly, and the silk nets on each cocoon were different colors. Lin Yuan had paid attention to these cocoons because he had been activating true data. These 4 cocoons were truly treasures. The white, jujube-sized cocoon looked extremely ordinary, but under Lin Yuan's true data, the cocoon was as white as a date. Lin Yuan didn't star that the blue flash butterfly pavilion. If word of the blue flash butterfly got out, many people in the Radiance Federation might not know about it. The blue flash butterfly was a normal Fae. It had a gorgeous blue color and would flap its wings when flying. Because of the blue scale powder on its wings, it looked more like it was flashing than flying. Fae, blue Fae pavilion, and as Fae as the blue, as Fae as wings, the blue wings, Fae rank. Our Fae was in rank of the top Fae insect. In fact, the ranking of the blue light goddess butterfly had always been controversial. During the election, the blue light goddess butterfly had been ranked in the top 3. However, only the blue light goddess butterfly's basic abilities were powerful, and its high-grade abilities were relatively useless. In the final ranking, even if it was ranked in the top 3, it was only ranked 6th. This matter had caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the voters. What Lin Yuan wanted was the blue flash butterfly's basic ability, silent scale powder. The blue flash butterfly's scale powder had a silence effect. Indulgence was a very powerful control type ability. There were only 2 ways for Faes to evolve. One was ancestral atavism, and the other was spiritual mutation. Spiritual mutation phase took the path of magic attacks. The silent scale powder restrained all life forms with spiritual mutation. When enveloped by the silent scale powder, the Fae wouldn't be able to release any abilities. However, the silent scale powder wasn't invincible, and it wouldn't render the exclusive skill ineffective. In fact, if the Fae had a way to destroy the silent scale powder released by the blue flash butterfly, it would immediately recover its ability to cast spells. Even so, the silent scale powder was one of the few powerful control-type abilities among the control abilities. Lin Yuan had been choosing the next spirit lock Fae for Morbius. Lin Yuan had thought of many things, but he had never considered the blue flash butterfly within his scope. As for the reason, it was simple and true. It was because Lin Yuan didn't have the ability to obtain the blue flash butterfly. But now, the cocoon in the masked man's display cabinet had stirred Lin Yuan's thoughts. Butterfly species Faes belonged to the Lepidoptera, one of the 4 major insect species Faes. They were the true nobility among insect species Faes. After the Spirit Chi awakening, butterfly species Faes would be affected by the Spirit Chi's evolution, allowing them to become more beautiful and larger. This also made it easier for butterflies to be preyed on by natural enemies. Therefore, 90% of the Lepidoptera Faes had been wiped out during the Spirit Chi awakening. The remaining 10% had also been eliminated due to various reasons. This also made the chances of butterfly species Faes appearing extremely small and hard to find. The beauty and rarity of butterfly species Faes had always caused their prices to be high. If it wasn't for the fact that butterfly species Faes were relatively rare, most butterfly species Faes weren't good at strong attacks. The price of butterfly species Faes would probably be even higher, but for Lin Yuan, the blue flash butterfly's initial ability was a choice that he hadn't dared to consider in the past. A characteristic of butterfly species Faes was that it was impossible to determine the butterfly species in the cocoon during the cocoon transformation. This was because once other methods were used to detect the butterfly species in the cocoon, it was very likely to cause the butterfly species Faes to develop abnormally. This was also why butterfly species Faes on the market didn't exist in the form of cocoons. Coincidentally, there was a dust powder butterfly among these 4 butterfly cocoons, which was very suitable for Chu Ci. Dust powder butterflies weren't rare, but they were extremely changeable on the path of evolution. Therefore, after the dust powder butterfly evolved, there were many directions of evolution. One of them was what Lin Yuan wanted to create for Chu Ci. The dust powder butterfly would evolve into a Vajra butterfly when it reached bronze due to pure spirit Chi. Starting from the Vajra butterfly, the Vajra butterfly could evolve into a jadeite butterfly if it was endowed with special gems and spirit Chi. Chapter 66. Lin Yuan pulled Chu Ci toward the masked man's counter. Before encountering it, he didn't even dare to choose the blue flash butterfly. Due to the rarity of the blue flash butterflies, Lin Yuan did not even consider them in his consideration. However, now that he had encountered it, this was a great opportunity. Lin Yuan had no reason not to seize this opportunity. Thus, he silently decided that he had to take down this blue flash butterfly. When Chu Ci saw Lin Yuan's expression, she suddenly turned solemn and walked toward the 4 cocoons. Chu Ci followed closely behind Lin Yuan and did not say anything else. Her eyes carefully observed the 4 cocoons. Although she could not see anything unusual, she knew that Lin Yuan was so solemn because the cocoons were extraordinary. "May I ask how much are these 4 butterfly cocoons?" Lin Yuan asked absent-mindedly. The voice reached the masked man's ears. The masked man didn't stand up. He just said indifferently, "If you want to buy everything, just give me 120 radiance dollars, and I'll let you take it away." Lin Yuan was rather surprised. The blue flash butterfly might not be able to buy 120 radiance dollars, but the radiance dollars weren't enough. But for a butterfly cocoon, it was far too expensive. Because the butterfly cocoons couldn't be inspected, every cocoon was like a fortune bag, and there was no guarantee that something would fly out of it. Therefore, butterfly cocoons were rarely sold on the market. Although Lin Yuan wanted the blue flash butterfly, he would not immediately decide to buy these 4 insect cocoons. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking about how to speak, an auntie standing beside him pulled him back and said, "That's right. Young man, don't be fooled. This person had already been here for several days. Who knew what kind of connections he had to be able to set up a stall with these 4 butterfly cocoons. Butterfly cocoons aren't qualified to be displayed in the Rare Life Form Pavilion. Butterfly cocoons aren't even worth 50,000 Federation dollars in other shops. This person is selling one for 30 Radiance dollars. Could it be that a bronze fay can fly out of it?" The Annie was obviously afraid that Lin Yuan would be fooled, so she spoke a little louder. This caused many people to look in the direction of the display case. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the masked man's tired and hoarse voice. "These 4 cocoons are all wild butterfly cocoons found in the depths of the endless forest." The masked man's words were indifferent, and he didn't say anything else after that. At that moment, the auntie beside Lin Yuan got even angrier. In the depths of the endless forest, even the shortest tree is 30 meters tall. The cocoons are hidden under the leaves of these giant trees. How can you possibly find them? When Lin Yuan heard the man's words, he felt that his heart was stimulated by the stubbornness in those words. The stubborn explanation in the voice's words seemed light and powerless, but it was unusually resolute. The people around them heard the noise and gradually gathered around. For a moment, this counter became the most crowded place on the first floor of the Rare Life Form Pavilion. Everything in the world is inseparable from the principle of the eye of the typhoon. That is, when everyone converges in the same direction, this place would become the eye of the hurricane and attract people from all directions. Just then, a staff member wearing the Rare Life Form Pavilion's special uniform walked over. He went to the front of the counter and immediately said to the chattering auntie, "Auntie, although I know that you are doing this out of kindness, the counters in the Rare Life Form Pavilion are all approved by the Rare Life Form Pavilion." When the auntie heard that the Rare Life Form Pavilion would vouch for her, she no longer spoke as loudly as she did to a swindler. However, she still pointed at the 4 cocoons and asked, "Why are these 4 cocoons qualified to appear in the Rare Life Form Pavilion? Isn't it impossible to detect the species of the butterfly that is transforming inside the cocoon?" The auntie's words caused the staff member to be momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly say that it was because the higher-ups had instructed for special treatment, right? The staff member was also puzzled as to why the higher-ups would give such preferential treatment to a masked man who looked so depressed. They didn't even mind breaking the rules of the Rare Life Form Pavilion's first floor. If it was because of money or power, it was impossible for the masked man to do it. But if it was something else, the staff member couldn't think of any other reason. At that moment, the masked man's phone rang. When he picked up the phone, the masked man's body immediately tensed up. Lin Yuan might not be able to see the masked man's expression, but he knew that it definitely wasn't calm. After the call, the masked man looked at Lin Yuan and said, "If you want to buy it tomorrow, come over at this time tonight. If you want to buy them tomorrow, come over at this time tonight. I can prove to you that I found these butterfly cocoons in the depths of the endless forest." After speaking, the masked man hurriedly left the Rare Life Form Pavilion. Lin Yuan didn't expect that his slight hesitation would actually cause so many accidents. Now that the seller had left, it was obvious that the transaction wasn't going to happen. Since the masked man had given the time, Lin Yuan decided to come back tomorrow. Without completing the transaction and obtaining the blue flash butterfly, Lin Yuan didn't feel at ease. At the same time, Lin Yuan had an idea. If there was another Fei that he liked in the future, as long as he could afford it, he must not hesitate. Otherwise, the opportunity might slip away in front of his eyes. After experiencing this incident, Lin Yuan didn't have the mood to continue strolling around the rare life-form pavilion's first floor. If he could complete the transaction tomorrow, one of the 4 cocoons would be a Vajra butterfly, and Chu Si would have a Fei. Everything would depend on tomorrow night. After sending Chu Si back to school, Lin Yuan took a car to the vicinity of the Creation Master Association. He found a place to stay near the Creation Master Association and prepared to participate in the Creation Master exam tomorrow morning. In the City Lord residence, which wasn't far from the Creation Master Association, a woman wearing alizarin red was sitting on the main seat of the City Lord residence. She said to the 3 people standing below, "Increase the number of people guarding the dimensional rift in the vicinity of Redbud City. Send double the manpower to guard the dimensional rift in the vicinity of Redbud City. Reinforcements must be sent out within 2 months. In addition, put aside tomorrow's matters. If you have anything to say, make a record in advance and discuss it with me tonight." 2 of the 3 people standing below acknowledged the order and retreated, but an old man still stood there and said, "Lord Ling Xiao, what do you think of the seated contestants that this batch of Spirit Qi students reported?" "Lord Ling Xiao, what do you think of the seated contestants reported by these Spirit Qi students?" Ling Xiao took a silk scroll, and on it were rows upon rows of personal information. In this huge silk scroll, there were over 100 seated contestants' names, but only less than 5 of them were crossed out. In this huge silk scroll, there were over 100 seated players' names, but in the end, there were less than 5 names that were matched. In this huge silk scroll, there were over 100 seated contestants' names, but only 5 of them were marked with a check mark. Chapter 67. The white-haired elder stood below and listened attentively to Ling Xiao's arrangement. However, he was obviously puzzled by Ling Xiao's arrangement. He asked, "Lord Ling Xiao, according to the usual practice, the lower-grade cadets are all reserve members. They will be judged based on their performance in the 2nd year. Why do you value the first-year cadets so much?" The white-haired elder was the dean of the Redbud Advanced Spirit Qi Academy. The Redbud Intermediate Spirit Qi Academy was considered a school for Redbud Advanced Spirit Qi Academy's disciples. Therefore, the elder would look through the name list before showing it to Ling Xiao. The elder would provide a list of information every month. It was the information of everyone on the list, as well as the comments on their growth over the past month. Redbud City was a large city in the Radiance Federation with vast land and abundant resources. However, Redbud City's nurturing of the younger generation wasn't as outstanding as Redbud City's economic development. Among the 32 major cities in the Radiance Federation, Redbud City's economy was ranked in the top 5. Currently, Redbud City only had 3 cadets in the Radiance 100. One of them had even fallen out of the Radiance 100 sequence due to some reason 2 years ago. This also made Ling Xiao pay more attention to the nurturing of the younger generation. The white-haired elder was entrusted with the heavy responsibility of collecting information on every youth with potential in Redbud City. After Ling Xiao's deliberation and screening, the 20-seated contestants of the Redbud 100 would be decided. Ling Xiao wouldn't directly appoint the remaining 80 spots, and they would be decided through competition. The white-haired elder didn't understand. A first-year cadet who had just participated in the combat class could only see talent. He couldn't see any potential, yet Ling Xiao had actually picked such a cadet. Talent was innate, and it was indeed very important. However, in the elder's eyes, the potential displayed through hard work was equally important. "Just do as I say." After speaking, Ling Xiao shut his mouth, and lowered his head. He looked at the name list in his hand carefully and used a pen to arrange the order of the cadets with question marks. The white-haired elder took his leave and couldn't help but sigh when he left. Ling Zhao's character was really getting more and more domineering. However, the elder naturally had to do his best to complete the mission that Ling Zhao gave him. The grand hall was quiet. Ling Zhao was wearing a red almond dress, and it seemed as though the grand hall was dyed with layers of gorgeous colors. A long while later, Ling Zhao stood up and caressed the spirit material decorations on the hall. This year's Redbud 100 should have a higher chance of becoming a Radiance 100 than in previous years. The exclusive skill, Sacrifice, has actually appeared again. However, all of this is considered a trivial matter as compared to tomorrow. I wonder if this fellow who broke the record and scored full marks for all 3 knowledge-type spirit chi occupations can pass the Class 2 Creation Master exam. Since the Moon Empress said that they would only be able to pass the Class 2 Creation Master exam during the first exam, then they would have to report it. Even if Lin Yuan was a prodigy, if he couldn't pass the Class 2 Creation Master exam, he wouldn't have a chance. If it wasn't for that calamity, Redbud City wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Everything would be left to tomorrow. Lin Yuan woke up early the next day. As Genius was sleeping soundly in his embrace, Lin Yuan used his hand to gently stroke Genius' snow-white fur. It was so soft that he didn't want to let it go. Genius used its little head to gently rub against Lin Yuan's hand with a lazy feeling. Lin Yuan smiled and scratched Genius' chin. Genius immediately let out a comfortable purr. While looking at Genius, Lin Yuan couldn't help but think of Chimey. He wondered how Chimey was doing in the store for the past day. Genius let out a meow. Lin Yuan was worried about Chimey, but Genius wasn't. It didn't know what time Chimey had slept last night. It was probably live streaming on the star web again. When the sun was hanging in the sky and spreading its warmth, the outside world became prosperous. Lin Yuan headed straight to the Creation Master Association. When he arrived at the Creation Master Association, Lin Yuan saw Elder Ning standing at the entrance from afar. Elder Ning was calmly breathing in the morning air and waved his hand when he saw Lin Yuan. "Come on, follow me to participate in the Class 1 Creation Master exam. This old man will personally test you for the Class 1 Creation Master exam." Lin Yuan quickly went forward and bowed. "I will have to trouble Elder Ning." Elder Ning patted on Lin Yuan's shoulder twice and said, "Let's go. Let's go. I've prepared a separate breeding room for you today. You can take the test in the breeding room." Creation Masters required an extremely quiet environment to nurture phase. Nurturing phase and allocating spiritual ingredients was a very meticulous job that couldn't be disturbed. Lin Yuan followed behind Elder Ning. The Class 1 Creation Master exam was very simple for him, but Lin Yuan would have to carefully consider his performance during the exam. How exactly should he perform? If I can easily complete the Class 1 Creation Master exam, will it really be beneficial to me? The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This was a problem that Lin Yuan would always have to face. Lin Yuan had to rely on himself in this world and didn't have any foundation. Therefore, he would have to carefully consider every step he took. If he took a wrong step, he wouldn't just be implicated, but he would also be implicated. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, Elder Ning turned around and saw Lin Yuan's expression. "There is no need to be nervous. Didn't you say yesterday that it won't be difficult if you don't know it? If you are really going to strive for Class 2, like you said yesterday, and succeed, this old man will probably be envious of you." After hearing Elder Ning's words, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. "Risk it. Since I have already obtained full marks for all 3 knowledge-type spirit chi occupation exams, and broke the record. I might as well forcefully take a step forward for the Creation Master exam. Since Elder Ning said this, he definitely wouldn't harm Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan didn't know what exactly would make Elder Ning envious. What do you mean, Elder Ning? Elder Ning laughed heartily. Kid, you are rather ambitious. If you want to know what kind of benefits it is, you will have to wait until you pass the Class 2 Creation Master exam. Lin Yuan could see that Elder Ning was looking at him with eyes that were filled with expectations. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't disappoint Elder Ning's expectations. It seemed like passing the Class 2 Creation Master exam was truly a great benefit. The Creation Master Association's reform naturally wouldn't be without a target, and there was probably a very deep consideration. Lin Yuan might not be able to guess what these considerations were, but he could guess that this reform was to select new Creation Masters with more potential. After walking into the breeding room, Lin Yuan saw an elite Fae on the table. It was an Elite 9/Flawless Fae. Lin Yuan looked at the question on the table. The question was to evolve this Elite 9/Flawless Ironhead Stoat to bronze grade. Chapter 68. If Lin Yuan wanted to evolve this Ironhead Stoat from Elite 9/Flawless to bronze grade, he would only need 1 hour. Even if he wanted to evolve it to Epic before evolving it to bronze grade, it would only take over 2 hours. Lin Yuan looked at the spiritual ingredients on the table. Among them, the sharp pine needle and the heavy iron were not cheap. If these spiritual ingredients were to be sold outside, it wouldn't be a problem to sell them for 2 Radiance dollars. This was only the Class 1 Creation Master test, and it was obvious that the high-class Creation Master test would require even more resources. This also showed how much effort the Radiance Federation put in to provide resources for the Creation Masters' nurturing. The resources were all free, and it was no wonder why the Creation Master test could only be conducted once a year. Lin Yuan picked up the spiritual ingredients on the table and didn't use his own method to concoct the spiritual ingredients like the other Creation Masters. Lin Yuan immediately fed the spiritual ingredients on the table to the elite Ironhead Stoat and channeled spirit chi into its body. Feeding the spiritual ingredients to the Ironhead Stoat wouldn't cause it to evolve. However, it could speed up the Ironhead Stoat's evolution speed. Lin Yuan shortened the 1-hour time to 40 minutes. The Ironhead Stoat let out an intense evolution. After a series of evolution, the Ironhead Stoat successfully evolved to bronze grade. Lin Yuan had already completed the Class 1 Creation Master test. Lin Yuan simply walked out of the breeding room. Since he had decided to showcase himself, he wouldn't leave any room for negotiation. This way, after exposing his talent, he would receive more attention. After exiting the breeding room, Lin Yuan noticed that apart from Elder Ning, there was also a woman wearing an alizarin red dress. This woman looked to be around 28 years old. However, her aura clearly indicated that this woman wasn't simple. It was because a regular 16-year-old woman wouldn't have such an aura. She should be an expert. Elder Ning walked forward and looked at Lin Yuan. Did you fail to concoct the spiritual ingredients? Why did you come out of the breeding room so quickly? Elder Ning frowned as he spoke. Even if Lin Yuan failed, Elder Ning wouldn't blame him. On the contrary, Elder Ning would still praise Lin Yuan's academic achievements. But now, Lin Yuan came out of the breeding room after only 40 minutes. In Elder Ning's opinion, Lin Yuan had given up halfway. Even if the spiritual ingredient concoction failed, it would depend on the effects of the remaining spiritual ingredients to allow the Fae to complete its evolution. This was an attitude. Ling Xiao took a glance at Lin Yuan and didn't say anything. When Lin Yuan came out, he wanted to tell Elder Ning that he had completed the test. But unexpectedly, Elder Ning felt that he had failed the test. Elder Ning, I've succeeded. I didn't fail in the concoction of the spiritual materials. I've completed the test. Lin Yuan's words made Elder Ning unable to stand still. He walked into the breeding room to check on Lin Yuan's results. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that a woman who had not spoken had walked up to him. Yesterday, your 3 knowledge-type spirit chi occupations exams were very exciting. It seems like your creation master talent is also very strong. Lin Yuan didn't know how to respond to the woman's words. When this woman spoke to him, he felt that she was not so much praising him, but rather commenting on a fact from a certain point of view. This feeling of communication made Lin Yuan feel very strange. Her tone was filled with praise, but there was also a sense of alienation. At that moment, Elder Ning had already walked out of the breeding room. When he saw the woman conversing with Lin Yuan, he introduced her to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, this is our Redbud City's city lordess, Lord Ling Xiao. After introducing Ling Xiao, Elder Ning looked at Lin Yuan's delighted face. His astonished and amazed expression were about to drip out. Little Yuan, not bad. You completed the Class 1 Creation Master exam in just over 40 minutes. Lin Yuan didn't immediately respond to Elder Ning. Instead, he bowed to Ling Xiao with a solemn expression. Greetings, City Lordess. Now, Lin Yuan knew why this woman gave him such a strange feeling when speaking to him. Redbud City was hot and rainy, and it was always covered with dark clouds. City Lordess Ling Xiao's famed fae was a fantasy breed Ling Xiao flower. Every time there was a rainstorm that could cause a flood, the Ling Xiao flower would become a fantasy breed. Whenever there was a rainstorm that could cause a flood, the fantasy breed Ling Xiao flower would always shatter the rain clouds. This was also the reason why Redbud City had never experienced a flood, even though it was hot and humid and would rain every few days. It wasn't just that. A long time ago, Redbud City had opened up a massive dimensional rift. City Lordess Ling Xiao had suffered severe injuries during the battle to protect Redbud City. She might have been saved, but her emotions were hurt, which resulted in her current state. Lin Yuan had been living in Redbud City and was under Ling Xiao's protection. Lin Yuan had heartfelt respect for Ling Xiao, who was an expert that protected a region. If it wasn't to protect Redbud City, how could a king-class expert like Ling Xiao suffer severe injuries? Ling Xiao waved her hand and patted on Lin Yuan's shoulder. She might not have any emotions when speaking, and her expression didn't change, but Lin Yuan felt as though he could feel that sudden joy. Are you going to participate in the Class 2 Creation Master exam? Lin Yuan nodded and heard Ling Xiao's words. Why don't you participate in the Class 2 Creation Master exam tomorrow? You have just completed the Class 1 Creation Master exam and rest for a day. It will be safer for you to participate in the Class 2 Creation Master exam tomorrow in a victorious state. Lin Yuan didn't know why, but he felt that Ling Xiao placed great importance on his Class 2 Creation Master exam. It was the same for Elder Ning. Lin Yuan said, I will just participate in the Class 2 Creation Master exam now. The Class 1 Creation Master exam didn't consume much energy for me. Ling Xiao looked at Elder Ning, who nodded. Ling Xiao did not say anything else. All right, kid, just head to one of the rooms inside the breeding room to undergo the Class 2 Creation Master exam. The Class 2 Creation Master exam isn't as simple as the Class 1 Creation Master exam. Not only do you have to evolve an elite fae from normal to epic, but you also have to heal a bronze fae with damaged roots. Elder Ning said to Lin Yuan. It was obvious that he was rather worried about Lin Yuan's Class 2 Creation Master exam. The Class 2 Creation Master exam would usually require a Class 1 Creation Master to temper themselves for several years before they had the qualifications to participate. Moreover, the probability of passing was pitifully low. The Class 1 Creation Master exam was just to increase the phase grade, but the Class 2 Creation Master exam would involve the phase quality and source. Starting from Class 2 Creation Masters would be considered as stepping into the true world of Creation Masters. Every Class 2 Creation Master was an important asset of the Radiance Federation. As for the current Lin Yuan, even if Elder Ning thought highly of him, he still couldn't be at ease. In fact, when the Moon Empress had suggested the reform, Elder Ning had felt that the Moon Empress standards for accepting disciples were too harsh. Chapter 69. The Class 1 Creation Master exam was just a threshold. It was used to screen if one was qualified to become a Creation Master, and it was considered the easiest exam for Creation Masters. However, such a test had imperceptibly blocked countless people. The Class 2 exam was much more difficult. Only after becoming a Class 2 Creation Master would one be considered an all-round Creation Master. Not only could it increase the phase grade, but it could also increase the phase quality and heal the phase roots. Therefore, this hurdle wasn't something that a regular Class 1 Creation Master could easily overcome. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was still so young. Ling Zhao's face still had an indifferent expression, but her hands were already clenched tightly. Lin Yuan entered the room inside the breeding room and took his exam question. On the exam question, Lin Yuan looked at the Fae that he needed to evolve and realized that it was actually an elite/flawless jasmine lily. Lin Yuan couldn't help but lament at his fate with the jasmine lily. As for the other Fae, Lin Yuan's brows were knitted together. It was a massive green crab that was the size of a small round table. However, this massive crab was lying there on the verge of death, as though it was enduring some kind of unbearable pain. It was a sheer pincers crab. It was a bronze Fae that could fight in the water. Its massive pincers could suddenly burst out with power that could even snap steel bars. On the surface, Lin Yuan couldn't see any injuries on the sheer pincers crab. However, when he saw the lively sheer pincers crab lying on the ground and spitting out bubbles from its mouth, Lin Yuan realized that the sheer pincers crab was on the verge of death. Lin Yuan knew that the sheer pincers crab's injuries were extremely severe. When Lin Yuan touched the sheer pincers crab's shell, he knew where the sheer pincers crab's problem was. When Lin Yuan touched the sheer pincers crab's hard shell, he realized that the shell, which was originally as hard as plate armor, had actually caved in a little. When Lin Yuan pressed down, the sheer pincers crab trembled in pain. Lin Yuan immediately didn't dare to use any more force. It was obvious that the sheer pincers crab's shell was completely shattered. However, the fascia on the back was still connecting the shattered shell together. Without this layer of fascia, the sheer pincers crab's shell would have been shattered into pieces. For the outer shell to suffer such damage, it was obvious that the inside of the sheer pincers crab had also been impacted. If the sheer pincers crab were to continue recovering, it wouldn't be long before the sheer pincers crab died. While looking at the sheer pincers crab's pained expression, Lin Yuan extended his hand and placed it on the sheer pincers crab's body. This time, Lin Yuan didn't circulate his spiritual power to help the sheer pincers crab recover its injuries. Instead, he summoned Morbius' exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss. In an instant, a beach that could accommodate the sheer pincers crab's feet appeared in front of Lin Yuan. The jade-white sand under the feet of the sheer pincers crab emitted a healing energy, allowing the sheer pincers crab's injuries to recover in an instant. The sheer pincers crab shook its pincers with difficulty as if it was feeling the recovery of its body. While Lin Yuan was conjuring the Pure Land of Bliss, he also extended his hand and pressed on the sheer pincers crab's body to transfer spiritual power to help it recover its roots. After around 2 hours, Lin Yuan only managed to heal the sheer pincers crab after activating the Pure Land of Bliss. Lin Yuan didn't enter the spirit lock spatial zone to heal the sheer pincers crab. The spirit-locked spatial zone was Lin Yuan's trump card, and he would never expose it. This was Lin Yuan's first time using the Pure Land of Bliss. Previously, Lin Yuan would need at least 4 hours to heal a bronze fey with damaged roots. Now, the time required to use the Pure Land of Bliss had been reduced by half. This meant that the Pure Land of Bliss's healing ability was the same as when he circulated his spirit qi to heal the fey's roots. Lin Yuan couldn't help but lament at the power of the Pure Land of Bliss. The Pure Land of Bliss's effects were also related to the surrounding spirit qi density. This meant that if the fey was placed in the spirit-locked spatial zone, the recovery time would be increased by several folds. Just as Lin Yuan finished healing the bronze shearpincer's crab and was preparing to upgrade the jasmine lily's quality, Lin Yuan saw the shearpincer's crab suddenly cutting the protruding carapace on its head. It then cut off a large protruding carapace and placed the protruding carapace in front of Lin Yuan. It foolishly spat out bubbles. Lin Yuan had already possessed the abilities of a creation master for a long time, but this scene had given Lin Yuan a shock. All creatures had spirits and knew gratitude. According to the knowledge that genius had learned, the shearpincer's crab cherished the crab stone on its carapace. The crab stone was considered a type of spiritual ingredient. It might not be expensive, but to a fey like the shearpincer's crab, the crab stone was the most important existence. When harvesting the crab stone from the carapace of the wild shearpincer's crab, it was something that the shearpincer's crab would risk its life to protect. Now that it knew that Lin Yuan had rescued it, it personally cut the crab stone and gave it to Lin Yuan. This gratitude that came from a species gave Lin Yuan an indescribable feeling. It was a kind of throbbing feeling. The throbbing feeling contained a more fundamental understanding of all creatures. Fays and humans actually possessed emotions too. Lin Yuan received the crab stone from the shearpincer's crab. The shearpincer's crab then foolishly started to stroll in the breeding room and regained its lively nature. Lin Yuan stored the crab stone in the spirit-locked spatial zone. Lin Yuan would keep this crab stone for eternity as a form of encouragement and responsibility for becoming a creation master. Lin Yuan was already familiar with the process of upgrading an elite phase quality to epic. Right now, he naturally didn't face any obstruction and completed the upgrade of the jasmine lily's quality. At this point, Lin Yuan had already completed the Class 2 Creation Master exam. Looking at the spiritual ingredients that weren't touched on the table, Lin Yuan took out a portion of the spiritual ingredients that should be used and placed it in the spirit-locked spatial zone. After bidding farewell to the shearpincer's crab, Lin Yuan exited the breeding room again. Seeing that Lin Yuan had left the breeding room, before Elder Ning could say anything, Lin Yuan heard Ling Zhao's question. "How is it?" Lin Yuan revealed a smile that was unique to a sunny boy. "The shearpincer's crab is cured, and the jasmine lily's quality has evolved to epic." After hearing Lin Yuan's response, Ling Zhao's tightly clenched fist relaxed. She said, "Good, 3 times in a row." She looked at Lin Yuan with eyes filled with admiration. Elder Ning quickly went to the breeding room to take a look. After confirming that Lin Yuan was done, he walked out with a hearty laugh. Chapter 70. After passing the Class 2 Creation Master exam, Lin Yuan's heart was at ease. This was a plan that Lin Yuan had already decided on, and now that he had passed the exam, he could be at ease. All Creation Masters who pass the Creation Master exam in Redbud City will obtain a store in Redbud City. Later on, I will get someone to send the information of the store to your Star Web account. You can choose from the store on the Star Web. After speaking, Ling Zhao left the Creation Master Association. Ling Zhao's footsteps were very light, and it wasn't hard to see Ling Zhao's joy from his footsteps. If it was in the past, Ling Zhao would recruit Class 2 Creation Masters who had passed the exam and strive to keep them in Redbud City. Class 2 Creation Masters would be able to develop Well, no matter which major city they went to. In fact, they would even be able to obtain a decent store in the royal capital. There was competition between the major cities, be it for the Radiance 100 qualifications or the resources of creation masters. These were the key factors in the competition. As for Lin Yuan, Ling Xiao would prepare a store. However, Ling Xiao felt that it wasn't necessary for Lin Yuan to recruit. Lin Yuan had already met the Moon Empress requirements, and Ling Xiao would inform the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress would make arrangements and also accept Redbud City's favor. That was enough. Lin Yuan scratched his head. He already knew that creation masters had great benefits, but he didn't expect for Redbud City to gift him a store after passing the Class 2 Creation Master exam. Redbud City was a major city in the Radiance Federation, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Being able to own a store in Redbud City was something that Lin Yuan didn't even dare to think about. However, even if Lin Yuan obtained a store in Redbud City, he wouldn't leave the Xia region for now. Opening a store in Redbud City wasn't within Lin Yuan's current plan. Lin Yuan's current plan was to accumulate resources like a rolling snowball to increase his phase grade and his spirit chi occupation rank. He would strive to reach the 100th floor of the Star Tower as soon as possible and ascend the celestial stairway through the promotion competition. After Lin Yuan logged in with Elder Ning and registered, he went through the Creation Master Association's certification. Lin Yuan was already certified as a Class 2 Creation Master and was bound to his Star Web account. From now on, Lin Yuan was truly certified as a Class 2 Creation Master. A pair of old hands solemnly placed a badge with all kinds of life symbols and 2 stars on it on Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan, from now on, you are a Class 2 Creation Master certified by the Radiance Federation's Creation Master Association. Work hard on the Creation Master path in the future. Elder Ning emphasized the word good luck. These 2 words seemed to have a kind of magic that penetrated Lin Yuan's ears and struck his heart like a kind of legacy. It was the acknowledgement and encouragement from a senior to a junior. Lin Yuan solemnly nodded. Elder Ning, I will continue to work hard. I will not relax at all. Lin Yuan spoke very seriously. At first, becoming a creation master was a way for him to survive. But now, creation masters were already a profession that Lin Yuan liked to do. Whether it was feeling the transformation of life or the process of saving lives, he felt proud of himself. Elder Ning laughed heartily, his eyes filled with kindness. You've done a good deed today. After hearing Elder Ning's words, Lin Yuan was rather confused. Something good. Of course it is something good. This bronze sheer pincers crab is a contracted fae with an owner. By healing this sheer pincers crab, you have also saved this spirit chi professional's life. Isn't this considered a good deed? Lin Yuan didn't expect that the sheer pincers crab with such injuries was actually a contracted fae with an owner. Elder Ning continued. When spirit chi professionals train in the wilderness and encounter sudden dangers, the phase source might be damaged. Most of these spirit chi professionals don't have the ability to heal their phase source. During the Creation Master exam, the Creation Master Association will give these people a chance. If they pass the exam, they will naturally be saving a person. If they fail, they will just have to endure the basic suffering. This proposal was proposed by the 3 overlords. After the 3 overlords proposed this project, the Creation Master Association will provide a huge amount of resources to carry it out every year. However, this old man feels that it is very worth it. When Lin Yuan heard Elder Ning's words, he understood what Elder Ning was talking about. Today, he had passed the exam and also saved a stranger. This was a double meaning. The Creation Master Association's actions had reflected the warm side of this world. This warmth came from the Radiance Federation, which was also where Lin Yuan lived. This warmth was constantly strengthening Lin Yuan's sense of belonging. Elder Ning carefully helped Lin Yuan put on the Class 2 Creation Master Crest and said, "You will wear the Class 2 Creation Master Crest during normal times." Wear the Class 2 Creation Master's Crest during normal times. The Class 2 Creation Master's Crest can be used as an accessory to directly enter the star web. Wearing this crest will bring you plenty of convenience during normal times. This is another star web card, so take it well. This star web card was something that Lin Yuan had always wanted. When one's status in the Radiance Federation reached a certain level, one would be able to obtain a second star web card. This star web card was certified by the Radiance Federation, and it allowed a person to have two identities on the star web. If a creation master possessed this star web card, the two identities would be a form of protection for the creation master. Lin Yuan was planning to separate his identity as a creation master from his star tower identity. He would use his identity as a creation master to operate a store on the star web and use his other identity to challenge the star tower. Now, Lin Yuan finally obtained this second star web card. Lin Yuan received the star web card from Elder Ning and kept it. Just as he was about to bid farewell, Elder Ning grabbed him again. "Why are you in such a hurry? Also, keep this well." Lin Yuan saw Elder Ning handing over a small box. When he opened the box, there were two crests inside. The crests were carved with 2 stars and a shield symbol. This is a Class 2 Creation Master's Retainer Crest. Class 2 Creation Masters can accept 2 Spirit Chi professionals as retainers. The retainer's responsibilities are like henchmen, but the Creation Master has to help nurture the retainer's phase. These 2 crests represent that the Radiance Federation can certify that you have 2 retainers. If a retainer violates the retainer's responsibilities, you can request for arbitration from the Radiance Federation. However, you must carefully consider the retainer's character. When Elder Ning saw Lin Yuan keeping the box, he waved his hand. "Kid, you can leave now. When you are free, you can visit this old man in Redbud City. If there is anything, Ling Xiao and I will contact you." Lin Yuan walked out of the Creation Master Association's entrance and saw that the sky was already dark. Chapter 71. If there were any changes before becoming a Class 2 Creation Master, and after becoming a Class 2 Creation Master, Lin Yuan felt that the true change could only be described with one word: steadiness. Lin Yuan had made plenty of plans previously. However, the most basic requirement for these plans was to obtain the qualifications of a Class 2 Creation Master. Now, Lin Yuan had finally obtained it, being confident that he could obtain it, and before he truly obtained it, it would only be an illusion. When all the illusions turned into reality that he could wear on his chest, it had indeed increased Lin Yuan's confidence. A Class 2 Creation Master was already sufficient for him to have a foothold in this world. As for the benefits that Elder Ning and City Lordess Ling Xiao had mentioned, Lin Yuan didn't put it to heart. Right now, Lin Yuan was going to the Rare Life Form Pavilion's first floor to transact with the masked man that he had agreed to meet yesterday. Lin Yuan might be a Class 2 Creation Master now, but if he missed the opportunity to obtain the blue flash butterfly, it would be nearly impossible for him to find it again. For fays, beautiful and rare fays like these might not always be used for contracts. Most of these beautiful fays were kept as pets and were just a type of decoration. Their unique beauty bestowed upon these fays a value that couldn't be exchanged with money. Regardless of which world humans were in and how many billions of years they had evolved, their pursuit of beautiful things had never changed. Lin Yuan didn't need this blue flash butterfly because of its beauty, but because of its basic ability. In order to increase his strength and obtain the best combination with Morbius Spirit Lock, Lin Yuan had to obtain this blue flash butterfly. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Yuan arrived at the Rare Life Form Pavilion. As soon as Lin Yuan swiped his Star Web card, an attendant immediately came forward and bowed to him. Greetings, Class 2 Creation Master. Welcome to the Rare Life Form Pavilion. May I know which floor you wish to go to? If you have any special phase, you can head to the tea room on the 3rd floor to have a cup of spirit tea. I will help you search for the phase that you are interested in. The appearance of the Rare Life Form Pavilion's staff made Lin Yuan realize something. He was now a Class 2 Creation Master and wasn't limited to the Rare Life Form Pavilion's 1st floor like yesterday. Instead, he was able to move freely through all 4 floors of the Rare Life Form Pavilion. Thank you, but I don't need any help. I will just casually stroll around the 1st floor. You can go back to your work. After speaking, Lin Yuan smiled and nodded as a greeting before walking into the Rare Life Form Pavilion's inner room. The attendant had been working in the Rare Life Form Pavilion for 2 years, but now he stood rooted to the ground. The girl's face was dyed with a layer of red. She didn't expect this sunny and handsome man to not only be a Class 2 Creation Master, but also so amiable. No matter what position a person was in, being polite was an upbringing that was ingrained in one's bones and would always leave a good impression on others. Lin Yuan was on the 1st floor of the Rare Life Form Pavilion. As soon as he entered, he found that there were 1 or more Eye of the Storm. He could vaguely sense that all the customers in the Rare Life Form Pavilion were heading in the same direction. Either a supreme grade Fae had appeared, or there was a show to watch. Lin Yuan wasn't interested in this. However, the more he walked in the direction of the masked man's counter, the more he realized that the eye of the hurricane, where the crowd gathered, seemed to be in the direction of the masked man's counter. Lin Yuan took a few quick steps and realized that it was indeed the case when he got closer. There were many people surrounding the counter of the masked man, even more than last night. The masked man stood there with his hand on the counter and didn't say a word. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a rather arrogant voice. You said that you could prove that you caught these 4 butterfly cocoons in the wild. So I bought 2 and gambled my luck. How can I afford your price? Why are you waiting for the customer you made an appointment with yesterday? Did you sign the agreement or did you get a deposit? The voice came from a middle-aged man with black hair mixed with half a lock of white hair. However, it wasn't accurate to say that he was a middle-aged man. Hair color could be maintained to slow down the growth of white hair. Skin could also be maintained to maintain a youthful appearance. However, the wrinkles and old spots that were left behind by the years indicated that this middle-aged man was actually an old man who maintained his body well. The masked man took a look at the time on his phone and said, "It is 7 a.m. now. Yesterday, I made an appointment with him at 8 a.m. If he didn't come by 9 a.m., I would have chosen to sell these cocoons." The arrogant middle-aged man hadn't spoken yet. A young man beside the middle-aged man spoke with dissatisfaction. "How can my master wait here for 2 hours? We are paying, but you aren't selling? Aren't you looking down on my master?" While speaking, he stuck out his chest and patted on the crest on his right chest. Lin Yuan looked over and saw a star drawn on the crest, and there was a shield beside it. This was the crest of a Class 1 Creation Master's retainer. Class 1 Creation Masters could also have a retainer. It was obvious that this young man was that middle-aged man's knight retainer, and that middle-aged man was also a Class 1 Creation Master. The young man was now rather anxious. His master was a gambling addict, and when he saw a wild butterfly cocoon, his heart would itch to buy it. If his master was rejected now, his master would be in a bad mood, and the young man would be the one to suffer. Becoming a Creation Master's retainer might allow one to obtain the Creation Master's help. The Creation Master's retainer crest would allow one to handle matters with superiority. However, behind the radiance, he was just a retainer. Due to his master status, There were some things that he couldn't say. As the retainer, he naturally had to take the lead. He sneaked a glance and received his master's gaze. The young retainer straightened, his back even more. The surrounding onlookers were all focused on the commotion and didn't take a closer look. They didn't expect to see an esteemed creation master on the first floor. The Rare Life Form Pavilion's first floor was mostly filled with ordinary people, and it was naturally hard for them to come into contact with a creation master that even low-ranked spirit chi professionals couldn't. Most of the onlookers had eyes that were filled with novelty and reverence. However, there were also a minority that had eyes that were filled with dissatisfaction and probing. This retainer's words were obviously using his power to oppress others. If such a thing didn't happen to them, they might not be able to empathize with it. However, it was truly hard for those who had a sense of justice to like it. The masked man walked to the corner and squatted on the ground without saying anything. When the retainer saw that the masked man wasn't giving him any face and was about to teach him a lesson, he heard a calm voice echoing from behind. When doing business, others can choose to sell or not to sell. Fey transactions aren't like normal transactions. They have to follow the intentions of both parties. Don't you understand such simple logic? Chapter 72. It wasn't that Lin Yuan was going to help the masked man out of this predicament. It was because a large part of the reason why the masked man was facing such a situation was because of the promise he made with Lin Fan last night. A gentleman would keep his promise, and once he said it, he would definitely keep his promise. Lin Yuan didn't expect that the masked man would actually keep his promise with a single sentence and leave in a hurry. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. If not for the masked man's honesty and keeping his promise, he would not have been able to do anything. If the masked man didn't keep his promise, Lin Yuan's blue flash butterfly would have flown away. The retainer could only speak ruthlessly as the Rare Life Form Pavilion wasn't like the outside world. The retainer understood that this wasn't his master's store, and his words wouldn't be so effective. Even a C-rank spirit chi professional would have to be polite to him. Even a B-rank spirit chi professional would have to be polite to his master if he needed help. In the Rare Life Form Pavilion, his words wouldn't be of any use. In fact, if he caused a huge commotion in the Rare Life Form Pavilion, he would have to bear the responsibility of the Rare Life Form Pavilion. If the Rare Life Form Pavilion was really going to punish him, his master wouldn't even help him. Even if his master helped him, what could he do? It might not be of any use either. The Rare Life Form Pavilion wasn't backed by a private organization, but the Radiance Federation. Now that he suddenly heard that someone was meddling in his business, his anger that had nowhere to vent suddenly found an outlet. Where did this Tom, Dick, or Harry come from to meddle in my business? While speaking, the young retainer turned around. But before he could finish speaking, the rest of his words were stuffed back in his mouth. For a person who was extremely concerned about his status as a Class 1 Creation Master's retainer, what he wished the most was for others to see the crest on his right chest. Therefore, when he was sizing up others, he would subconsciously look at the right chest of others first. It was fine if he didn't look, but once he did, he was shocked. This 17 or 18-year-old boy wore a badge similar to his master's on his chest. However, this badge didn't only have 1 star, but 2. He was actually a Class 2 Creation Master. In the young retainer's impression, the few Class 2 Creation Masters that he was fortunate enough to see when he followed his master were all elderly. A young Creation Master like Lin Yuan, who was also a Class 2 Creation Master, had immediately shattered the young retainer's knowledge. When he recalled how his master was so respectful to those Class 2 Creation Masters. Then he recalled what he had said about cats and dogs. The young retainer was petrified on the spot. He felt his tongue go numb and couldn't utter a single word. The young retainer's reaction was too dramatic. The person who had previously been full of vigor suddenly became timid. This change shifted everyone's attention to Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had become the eye of the storm on the Rare Life Form Pavilion's first floor. Soon enough, someone noticed the Class 2 Creation Master crest on Lin Yuan's chest. He could not help but cry out in alarm. He is actually a Class 2 Creation Master. This is my first time seeing a Class 2 Creation Master. Class 2 Creation Masters can actually be so young. Most of the people around him were ordinary people. He might know that a Creation Master had a noble status, but a Creation Master was too distant from his life. Therefore, a Class 2 Creation Master was just a respectable title for ordinary people. But for Class 1 Creation Masters, it was completely different for Class 2 Creation Masters. Becoming a Class 2 Creation Master was something that he yearned for, but it was also a huge mountain that was pressing on his head. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Yuan had become a Class 2 Creation Master at such a young age, he immediately withdrew his prideful attitude. The domineering attitude from before had completely turned into cautious humility. He quickly went forward and spoke with a face full of smiles. "I didn't expect to see my lord here. It is truly an honor." This Class 1 Creation Master didn't even recognize Lin Yuan. But seeing that Lin Yuan was able to become a Class 2 Creation Master at such a young age, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Yuan with an additional layer of reverence. Creation Masters had their own inheritances. With the guidance of a teacher, a Creation Master's advancement speed would be faster. At the same time, Creation Masters were also a profession that consumed a lot of resources. Each advancement would require a massive amount of spiritual ingredients to accumulate. Becoming a Creation Master was a kind of comprehension and also the improvement of skills. The reason why it was so expensive for a Creation Master to upgrade a Fae was also because of the huge amount of resources required. This was also the reason why there were very few noble children from poor families. As Lin Yuan stood here, the Class 1 Creation Master felt that he was a person with power and wealth. Age and achievements were enough to prove everything. However, the Class 1 Creation Master didn't know that Lin Yuan was actually an anomaly. His standard as a Creation Master was completely derived from his spirit chi occupation. Lin Yuan didn't have a good impression of the Class 1 Creation Master's previous actions. Therefore, he didn't respond to the middle-aged man and walked in front of the masked man instead. "I am here to trade. Thank you for abiding by the agreement last night." The Class 1 Creation Master didn't mind Lin Yuan's disregard at all. Instead, he let out a smile as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. Disregard meant that he wasn't going to pursue the matter. He didn't expect for the masked man to be abiding by the agreement because he had an agreement with a Class 2 Creation Master. When the middle-aged Class 1 Creation Master looked at the masked man, he felt his teeth itching. "Can't you just tell me that you have an agreement with a Class 2 Creation Master? You are like a dead duck that can't even utter a single word. You are simply trying to scam me." However, the Class 1 Creation Master didn't know that the masked man was also looking at Lin Yuan's right chest with an astonished expression. He didn't expect that he had an agreement with a Class 2 Creation Master. The masked man stood up and said, "I will prove it to you. These 4 butterfly cocoons were found in the depths of the endless forest, and you will pay the full price for the transaction." The masked man didn't want to ask a question, and was more like a statement. Lin Yuan nodded and responded, "All right." Lin Yuan could use true data to check the butterfly phase species, so he naturally didn't need the masked man to prove it. However, Lin Yuan didn't stop him. The masked man had been treated as a swindler yesterday, and there were people who were intentionally watching the show today. Therefore, when the masked man was proving it to Lin Yuan, he was also proving it to everyone present. the masked man circulated his spiritual energy for a long time, and his body was trembling a little. He then summoned a purple insect cocoon. This insect cocoon was huge and wasn't like a butterfly cocoon. It was like a fleshy cocoon wall that was tough. It was just like a small purple heart that was nurturing a life. At that moment, Lin Yuan used true data to check on the insect cocoon. The instant he saw the insect cocoon, Lin Yuan's eyes contracted. This insect cocoon wasn't an ordinary fae and was actually a source-type life form. Chapter 73. A source-type life form could be said to be the most mystical and rare thing. Every source-type life form had different characteristics. For example, Lin Yuan's source seed didn't require spiritual energy. It used blood to form a contract and evolved according to the contractor's will. However, the other recorded source seeds were different. Lin Yuan had asked Chimey to specially learn about source seeds. When looking at the purple flesh cocoon summoned by the masked man's spiritual energy, Lin Yuan had a vague guess. This source-type life form was likely an insect queen. The insect queen was like a reproduction machine and could use the insects that it devoured for each grade as a template. It produced a large number of insects that replicated the template life form's genes. It could be said that the insect queen itself was equivalent to an insect swarm. However, the insect queen's spiritual energy requirement for the host was insane. A spirit chi professional that contracted the insect queen would never be able to contract other faes. This was also the difference between the source seed, red thorn, and this source-type insect queen. Now that the insect queen was in a dying state, its biological source must have suffered a severe injury. The insect queen had no choice but to exist in a cocoon form to maintain its life. Source-type life forms had always had a flaw, and even after so many years, the Radiance Federation had not resolved this problem. When a source-type life form was severely injured, it could use a large number of spiritual ingredients to nourish it. However, once the source-type life form was in a dying state, it couldn't use spiritual ingredients like other faes. Source-type life forms were creatures that were extremely difficult to injure, which meant that the source seed source was extremely difficult to damage. Since the source-type life form was in a dying state and had regressed to its initial state, it could be said that this was the lowest state that the source-type life form could maintain its life. The source-type life form could only accept the purest spirit chi and be nourished by a large amount of pure spirit chi in order to recover. This was similar to the spirit siphon goldfish. However, the purity of the pure spirit chi required by the spirit siphon goldfish was far inferior to that of the dying source-type life form. High-purity spirit chi could be extracted through the ratio of spiritual ingredients. However, the high concentration of spirit chi extracted from spiritual ingredients would have a certain medicinal effect. Even if the medicinal effect was mild, it would be fatal to the dying source-type insect queen. Now, Lin Yuan finally understood why the masked man was so dispirited. Lin Yuan could understand such a dispirited feeling and could even empathize with it. This dispiritedness came from the insect queen's injuries. The insect queen's spiritual energy requirement made it impossible for the masked man to contract other faes. This was undoubtedly cutting off the masked man's path to becoming a spirit chi professional. Even the Class 1 creation masters couldn't recognize what kind of fae the purple flesh cocoon in the masked man's hand was. There was so much knowledge in the world. If Lin Yuan hadn't used true data and coincidentally allowed Genius to learn about source seeds on StarWeb, Lin Yuan wouldn't have been able to recognize them. The masked man looked at the purple flesh cocoon in his hand and said to Lin Yuan after a long while, "Put your hand on the cocoon, and you'll see the scene where you found the 4 cocoons in the depths of the forest of infinity." If a source-type life form, like the insect queen, was categorized, it should be a production-type and spiritual-type source-type life form. According to the characteristics of the insect queen, which was a spiritual-type creature. It could recall scenes from its memories. The masked man didn't care about other people's opinions. It was enough to prove to Lin Yuan that there was no problem with the origin of these 4 insect cocoons. The masked man did not take the doubts of others to heart. Lin Yuan took 2 steps forward and pressed his hand on the purple flesh cocoon. Lin Yuan could feel the faint temperature coming from the flesh cocoon. The life form inside the flesh cocoon was already extremely weak and fragile. It was just like a flame that could be extinguished at any moment in the wind. If it was during normal times, when the surrounding onlookers saw this method of proof, they would think that it was an act. However, with Lin Yuan's status as a Class 2 creation master, no one would have such thoughts. The 4 butterfly cocoons might sound like a sky-high price of 120 radiance dollars, but it was just a drizzle in the hands of a Class 2 creation master. Even with a Class 2 creation master's status and nobility, he wouldn't do such a thing. When the surrounding onlookers saw that there was no more excitement, they dispersed. The middle-aged Class 1 creation master looked at the young retainer, who was still standing there in a daze, and was infuriated. He slapped the young retainer's neck, causing the young retainer to quiver. When the young retainer saw his master's enraged expression, he shrunk his neck. He followed the middle-aged creation master and left the rare life form pavilion's first floor with his tail between his legs. If it was during normal times, the middle-aged Class 1 creation master would have stayed behind to see if he could build a good relationship with the young Class 2 creation master, Lin Yuan. It was to pave a path for his future. However, when the middle-aged Class 1 creation master recalled that his retainer had spoken rudely, he was afraid that the retainer would settle the score. He didn't dare to stay any longer and left this troublesome place. The eye of the hurricane had also calmed down, and the rare life form pavilion's first floor was restored to its previous appearance. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the purple flesh cocoon and felt the spiritual wave coming from it. Lin Yuan's mind formed the scene of the masked man collecting the 4 insect cocoons. The 4 insect cocoons were indeed found by the masked man in the endless forest. Just as Lin Yuan was feeling the scene in his mind, he suddenly felt a painful struggle coming from the purple flesh cocoon. Lin Yuan could feel the pain from the insect cocoon's spiritual world. However, this struggle was pitifully weak under such pain, and the intense spiritual wave was like the last burst of warmth before the setting sun. The masked man suddenly had a nervous expression. It was obvious that he could feel the insect queen's pain, and even his hand was trembling. When Lin Yuan felt the insect queen's pain, he circulated the spiritual power in his body and injected extremely pure spirit chi into the insect queen's body. If the insect queen's pain was like boiling hot water that was on the verge of exploding, then Lin Yuan's spirit chi was like clear and moist warm water. When added into the hot water, it might not be able to instantly stop the boiling state like cold water, but this warm water could silently moisturize things and use the most gentle and stable method to calm the insect queen down. Lin Yuan's spirit chi was like clear and moist warm water. When added into the hot water, it might not be able to instantly stop the boiling state like cold water. As expected, when Lin Yuan's pure spirit chi was injected into the insect queen's body, it woke it up. The insect queen was a source seed with a powerful recovery ability. In just a few minutes, the insect queen's injuries didn't have any improvement. However, the insect queen had also recovered from its state of near death to near death. When Lin Yuan withdrew his hand and lifted his head, he noticed that the masked man's eyes were staring at him. Unlike before, the masked man's eyes were no longer dispirited and gloomy. Instead, it was like a person who had been separated from the light in the darkness for many years suddenly saw a rainbow hanging in the darkness. His eyes were filled with hope after the apocalypse, as well as an indescribable joy. Chapter 74. The masked man hesitated for a while. Then his gaze gradually became firm. That I don't know if I can. The masked man's words were somewhat hesitant. However, Lin Yuan could roughly guess what the masked man wanted to say. Lin Yuan spoke first. Then follow me to the tea room upstairs. We can talk slowly. The tea room on the Rare Life Form Pavilion's third floor was actually a private room with an elegant and comfortable environment. However, it was specially soundproof, so people didn't have to worry about being overheard or being disturbed in the tea room. The masked man quickly responded, "All right." After speaking, he prepared to follow Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't expect the masked man, who had always been calm, to suddenly become anxious. Lin Yuan pointed at the 4 butterfly cocoons on the counter. "We have to complete the transaction for the 4 butterfly cocoons first." When Lin Yuan was collecting the 4 butterfly cocoons, he looked at one of the ordinary white butterfly cocoons, and it was imaginable how excited he was. Lin Yuan placed the blue flash butterfly's cocoon in a separate box. As for the other 3 cocoons, the Vajra butterfly was left for Chu Si, and Lin Yuan specially kept it. As for the other 2 cocoons, there was a poison powder butterfly in a pale green cocoon and a hunter butterfly in a rather large white cocoon. The Vajra butterfly was the most variable existence among butterfly life forms. Although it wasn't particularly rare among butterfly life forms, it was still rather expensive. An elite Vajra butterfly could be sold for around 40 radiance dollars. As for the poison powder butterfly and hunter butterfly, they wouldn't even be worth 10 radiance dollars. Therefore, without the blue flash butterfly, Lin Yuan would be making a loss by purchasing these 4 butterfly cocoons. However, with the blue flash butterfly, it was still a huge profit. After the transaction, Lin Yuan was about to transfer the money to the masked man through the star web. However, the masked man refused no matter what. Lin Yuan simply patted the masked man's shoulder and said, "That's a different matter. I bought your butterfly cocoons, so I naturally have to pay you radiance dollars. If you have something to say later, we can talk in the tea room." After hearing Lin Yuan's words, the masked man was finally willing to give up. When Lin Yuan found a staff member and requested to use a pantry, he was led to the 3rd floor. The environment of the pantry was very good, and there were even a few pots of silver-ranked flowers in full bloom. The room was filled with a light and elegant fragrance. He sat on the sofa in the tea room and drank the spirit tea cooked with fays. He could not help but feel that the fragrance of the tea had washed away all the fatigue in his body. The masked man sat there, obviously not in the mood to drink this rare cup of spirit tea. Lin Yuan said, "If there's anything you want to say, just say it to me." Lin Yuan did not directly expose the masked man's thoughts. There were some things that Lin Yuan hoped the masked man would personally say as a farewell to the past. The masked man stared at Lin Yuan for a long time before he slowly reached out and took off his mask. The face behind the mask was not as old as Lin Yuan had imagined. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, but his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life that did not match his appearance. After taking off the mask, the man activated his mental power. Then a deep purple rune appeared and circled around the man. The spiritual energy within the man's body also began to circulate. Although a cyclone had yet to form on the surface of his body, a stream of air had already formed. Lin Yuan raised his brows. He hadn't expected the masked man to have a willpower rune. His spirit energy level seemed to have reached rank A, and if he had a fantasy breed spirit beast, he would be considered a king-class powerhouse. With this man's age and talent, it was impossible for him to be an ordinary person. Such talent was considered top-notch in the Radiance Federation. Furthermore, he had a source-type life form, the Insect Queen. If the Insect Queen wasn't heavily injured, it would be on the verge of death. The man in front of him should be one of the top experts of the younger generation. Lin Yuan didn't ask, but the masked man spoke. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Jie, 27 years old. I used to be an A-rank combat class spirit chi professional and have an insect queen. It's Platinum C/Epic. Lu Jie introduced himself seriously, and Lin Yuan listened attentively. After introducing himself, Lu Jie added, "That's right. 2 years ago, people also called me Radiance 100, sequence number 39, Heart of Insect Swarm." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes widened, and his pupils contracted. Sequence number 39, Heart of Insect Swarm? Even Lin Yuan, who wasn't very interested in news, had heard of sequence number 39, Heart of Insect Swarm. A class 3-dimensional rift had opened up not far from Cold Frost City. This class 3-dimensional rift was connected to the gloomy underground world. The underground world's life forms were famous for being greedy and cruel, and they would hunt down all living beings on the surface. This class 3-dimensional rift didn't cause any losses to Cold Frost City because sequence number 39, Heart of Insect Swarm, had controlled the swarm of insects and had single-handedly delayed the class 3-dimensional rift's underground world's beast dynasty for half an hour. It was this half an hour that prevented Cold Frost City from turning into a purgatory. However, after that, sequence number 39, Heart of Insect Swarm, disappeared and never appeared again. 2 years might not be enough to erase everything. Compared to the other Radiance 100 children, sequence number 39, Heart of Insect Swarm's reputation was no longer as resounding as before. 1 year ago, during the Radiance 100 sequence ranking, due to Heart of Insect Swarm's absence, he was disqualified from the Radiance 100, which was a pity. However, Lin Yuan didn't expect that a sequence number 39 of the Radiance 100 would be wearing a mask on the Rare Life Form Pavilion's first floor with his injured source-type life form, and relying on butterfly cocoons to make a living. This made Lin Yuan's heart suddenly feel an indescribable pressure. Perhaps seeing the change in Lin Yuan's expression, Lu Jie continued to explain. In the previous battle, it was almost impossible for me and the Insect Queen to survive. It was Lord Bamboo Monarch who used 3 months to heal me and barely maintained the Insect Queen in a near-death state. I chose my current life. I don't want to become a cripple and rely on my past glory to live. Lin Yuan could hear the pride in Lu Jie's words. Lin Yuan couldn't completely understand Lu Jie, but he admired him very much. Perhaps this was the life that a hero chose and dedicated to. At that moment, Lu Jie said, "But today, you let me see hope. However, you've given me hope today. I wonder why your spirit chi is able to heal the Insect Queen's injuries." Chapter 75. A firm voice rang out. "I swear with the willpower rune that I will become Class 2 Creation Master Lin Yuan's retainer and will abide by the responsibilities of a retainer. If I violate the oath, I will be repelled by the will of heaven and earth." As soon as Lu Jie finished speaking, the purple willpower runes hovering around him suddenly stopped. A layer of abstruse shackles appeared on the rune, and Lu Jie's willpower rune was tightly locked on one end of the shackles. The other end of the shackles entered Lin Yuan's spiritual energy. Lin Yuan could feel that he and Lu Jie had formed a subordinate relationship. This was a rune oath that could only be initiated by someone who had comprehended a willpower rune. The consequence of going against it was to be shielded by the will of heaven and earth, never to be able to sense spiritual chi again. It could be said that the rune oath was the most inviolable oath after the spirit chi awakening. This was because once a rune oath was violated, it was equivalent to an expert who could comprehend the will of heaven and earth and condense runes to become an ordinary person who could not even feel spiritual energy. Such a punishment was even harder to accept than death for spirit chi professionals. Lin Yuan did not expect Lu Jie to suddenly swear a rune oath. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jie and did not know what to say for a while. After obtaining the 2 Creation Masters retainer crests, Lin Yuan had thought of accepting 2 retainers. However, he had never thought that he would recruit someone who used to be at the top of the Radiance 100 sequence. He was no longer sequence number 39 of the Radiance 100 and had wasted 2 years. However, if Lu Jie's insect queen recovered, it was not impossible for it to catch up. These 2 years, which seemed to have been wasted, were not in vain. In the past 2 years, his strength had not increased at all. However, the growth in his state of mind was something that he could never achieve in the past. Lu Jie looked at Lin Yuan's expression and said calmly, "Now, according to the oath, I am already your squire or guardian knight. I want to beg you to help me restore the insect queen, but I have nothing to repay you. I only have myself. If you grant me a new life, my future will be in your hands." Upon seeing Lu Jie's calm expression, Lin Yuan looked at him for a long time and asked, "Is it worth it to sacrifice the rest of your life?" Lu Jie thought of what the bamboo monarch had said back then. It required extreme spirit chi without any medicinal properties to promote the insect queen's slow recovery. This was something that the bamboo monarch could not do. Something that even a Class 5 creation master couldn't do was the same as giving Lu Jie a death sentence. It wasn't that Lu Jie hadn't looked for other creation masters over the years, but he hadn't found anything. Slowly, he lost all hope. However, for some reason, the spirit chi released by the young man in front of him was able to help the insect queen recover. This was Lu Jie's only chance. If one wanted to talk about whether it was worth it or not, a spirit chi professional would have to face many choices from the start of choosing an occupation. Every choice would lead to a completely different path in the future. Lu Jie was also constantly making choices. He chose the source-type life form, the insect queen, chose to strive for the Radiance 100 sequence, chose to protect Cold Frost City, and chose to become Lin Yuan's retainer knight. Lu Jie didn't dare to say that every choice he made was absolutely perfect or the best one. However, Lu Jie did not regret his choice. Lu Jie suddenly smiled, and a trace of foolishness appeared on his determined face. It is worth it. The days when he couldn't become a spirit chi professional made him feel like a walking corpse. And now, the light was so dazzling that Lu Jie couldn't look away no matter what. Lin Yuan extended his hand solemnly. 2 pairs of hands held together. Although the 2 of them did not use much strength, their grip was quite firm. Lin Yuan said, as he pulled Lu Jie up, "Since you've chosen to become my retainer knight, I'll carry out my duties. In a few days, I'll help you with the initial treatment for your insect queen." The rune oath had imperceptibly bound Lu Jie to himself. Since Lu Jie had made an oath, Lin Yuan could accept Lu Jie's allegiance with a clear conscience. He didn't even need to take any responsibility. However, Lin Yuan was clearly not such a person. After accepting Lu Jie's allegiance, the first thing Lin Yuan felt was that his responsibilities had increased. Lu Jie was a former Radiance 100 sequence member, so no one would believe that he was his retainer. Upon hearing that, the silly smile on Lu Jie's face grew wider. Lu Jie knew that he was loyal to the right person. "Actually, I wouldn't have rejected you if you had asked me to heal your insect queen." For the sake of Frost City, Lu Jie was willing to sacrifice everything he had, his glory and his dreams, to protect it. Lin Yuan rather admired such a person. Therefore, from the moment Lin Yuan knew Lu Jie's identity, he had the thought of helping Lu Jie heal the insect queen. However, he did not expect Lu Jie to be so straightforward and choose to become his retainer knight. Who doesn't try their best to walk to the end of their lives? Before, I was powerless and couldn't see hope, so I could only muddle through life. But now that hope has appeared, how can I not try my best to grasp it? From today onwards, I will be young master's sword and shield. Upon hearing Lu Jie address him as young master, Lin Yuan hurriedly replied, "Yes, young master. Just call me Lin Yuan. Are you going to follow me back to the Xia region? My home is not in Redbud City." Lu Jie pondered for a moment and said, "Lin Yuan, why don't I go to the Xia region to look for you after 3 days? I still have something to do during these 2 days." For the past 2 years, Lu Jie's life had been muddled and hopeless. However, he had made a lot of money in the past 2 years. Lu Jie used this sum of money to provide for over a dozen children and set up an education savings package for them on StarWeb. The education savings package included the expenses for school and face selection. Lu Jie's StarWeb card still had the 120 Radiance dollars that Lin Yuan had just transferred over. This money was enough for Lu Jie to save the final sum of money for his education savings. Lin Yuan did not ask what Lu Jie was going to do. If Lin Yuan knew what Lu Jie was going to do, he would only feel admiration. However, Lin Yuan would not do the same. This might be due to his worldview, choices, and trade-offs. Lin Yuan opened the box with the 2 retainer crests. Lin Yuan had just obtained this box a few hours ago. Lin Yuan would never have thought that he would have to give away one of the 2 newly obtained retainer crests in just a few hours. After looking at the retainer crests that Lin Yuan handed over, Lu Jie clenched them in his hand and wore them on his left chest. Obtaining this retainer crest was unexpected for Lu Jie, but it was also within his expectations. Lu Jie had sworn an oath with a willpower rune and did not need the protection of the Radiance Federation's system. Chapter 76. 2 years ago, let alone Class 2 Creation Masters, Lu Jie had even seen plenty of Class 3 Creation Masters. He had even seen one of the 3 Class 5 Creation Masters, the Bamboo Monarch. But now, when he wore the Class 2 Creation Master's retainer crest on his left chest, Lu Jie felt as though it was emitting heat. It was so heavy that his heart was boiling. When he looked at the small shield beside the 2 stars on the crest, Lu Jie knew his responsibility for the rest of his life. After parting with Lu Jie, Lin Yuan immediately returned to the Xia region. He was truly a little worried about Chimey being at home alone. Even if Chimey was a bronze fae, Lin Yuan was still afraid that something might happen to it at home. Ever since Lin Yuan had brought Chimey home, this should be the longest period of time that he had been away from Chimey. Lin Yuan returned to the fae store. When he opened the door, Chimey immediately flew onto Lin Yuan's shoulder when it heard the sound. It then jumped onto Lin Yuan's ear and rubbed its little head against Lin Yuan's hair to express its longing. After not seeing Lin Yuan for such a long time, Chimey missed him terribly. It wasn't even in the mood for a live broadcast, causing Chimey's fans to riot. Chimey had a lot of fans now, and none of the StarWeb's music hosts could compete with it. Before Lin Yuan could comfort Chimey, he suddenly saw the shelves in the room collapsing on the ground in a mess. The wooden parts were broken into pieces, and the iron parts were twisted beyond recognition. Previously, Red Thorn was more than half a meter tall. When it evolved to the elite rank, it directly jumped to 5 meters. This was just the height of the mouth of Relinquish. At that moment, the mouth of Relinquish was like a sphere filled with wrinkles and thorns. The thorns had several mouths, and the dense teeth were exposed. When the rose-shaped digestive cavity had evolved to normal, it had already undergone a metamorphosis. Now, it had grown another 8 organs that were similar to the previous 2 organs, forming a circle of 10. They shrouded the outer layer of the mouth of Relinquish. The roses on the top were the size of a wash basin and looked very demonic. Lin Yuan sensed the changes in the source seed's data. If these 10 flowers were to attack, each flower would instantly spray nearly 5 kilograms of acid. The acid's intensity could even corrode gravel and soil. As for the thorny vines that red thorn had previously enhanced, the inner vines were now covered with 5-centimeter-long spikes. There were a total of 16 of them, and they could reach up to 4 meters. When it moved, it could probably tear the opponent into pieces in an instant. Vines up to 6 meters long grew out from the periphery. These vines were the newly grown parts. It didn't seem to be as lethal as the vines in the inner layer. The emerald green vines were covered with 3-centimeter-long barbs. Furthermore, these vines could grow in length during battle. Looking at Red Thorn's new elite skill, Shatter Armor, Rip, Lin Yuan felt that Red Thorn had really evolved into a fae with extremely powerful attacks. Whether it was the 3-centimeter-long spiky barbs on the outer layer of the vines or the 5-centimeter-long spiky barbs on the inner layer of the vines. When it was brandished, it would have the armor-shattering effect. Even a defense-type fae would have its flesh lacerated after a few whips. Not to mention that the spikes were barbed in shape. When the vines pulled, they would tear off a piece of flesh. After evolving to elite grade, the Source Seed Red Thorn already had intelligence. After forming a blood contract with Lin Yuan, Red Thorn had a blood-related closeness to Lin Yuan. Red Thorn extended a vine from the inner layer. This vine was similar to the other vines in the inner layer, but it didn't have spikes. When this vine wrapped around Lin Yuan's wrist, Lin Yuan could clearly feel Red Thorn's intimate emotions. It felt like it was acting coquettishly. Lin Yuan could vaguely feel Red Thorn's thoughts. It felt like when Red Thorn evolved to elite grade and gained intelligence, it had specially evolved a vine so that it could get closer to him. When Red Thorn felt Lin Yuan by its side, it carried a kind of joyful emotion. This kind of emotion quickly infected Lin Yuan. When looking at Red Thorn, Genius, Chimey, and Morbius on his wrist, Lin Yuan felt especially fulfilled. There wasn't any trace of fear in front of the unknown. The more he looked forward to it, the more he had to travel through hardships. After Lin Yuan helped Red Thorn prepare the bronze alien insect flesh, he went on the star web. Lin Yuan was rather apologetic for standing Big Sister Xian up. At the same time, Lin Yuan felt rather regretful that he didn't pick up anything valuable. Right now, Lin Yuan was planning to purchase some inferior energy ores in bulk. Firstly, after nurturing several batches of spirit siphon goldfish, including the 5 fortune ranches, the eggs produced by the female spirit siphon goldfish were almost used up. Secondly, Lin Yuan needed a large amount of pure spirit qi to heal the insect queen. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't think that the insect queen's injuries were difficult to heal. He just needed to provide a large amount of pure spirit qi to keep up with the insect queen's consumption. Given the insect queen's recovery ability, if there was a sufficient supply of spirit qi, it would only need a short period of time to recover. This time, Lin Yuan didn't send a message to Big Sister Xian. Instead, he went to her store. When Lin Yuan arrived at Big Sister Xian's store, he saw that she was inside and quickly went forward. Big Sister Xian, I have been busy for the past 2 days, so I didn't make it to the appointment yesterday to pick the fays with damaged roots. Zhou Jiasen was looking at the bills in the store, and when she saw Lin Yuan, she quickly stood up. Zhou Jiasen had thought about Lin Yuan's absence yesterday. After sending a message to Lin Yuan, she didn't receive any response. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Jiasen hardened her heart and only sold a portion of the fays that had arrived yesterday. She kept the best ones. She was thinking that when Lin Yuan came over, there would still be goods for Lin Yuan to pick. Zhou Jiasen was a person who dared to think and act. Since she was certain that Lin Yuan had a creation master backing him, before Lin Yuan clearly expressed his attitude, Zhou Jiasen would do everything that needed to be done. When she was looking at the bills, Zhou Jessen was rather absent-minded. Now that Lin Yuan came to the store, Zhou Jessen's heart was completely at ease. When she stood up and didn't look, Zhou Jessen immediately saw the Class 2 Creation Master crest that Lin Yuan was wearing. Zhou Jessen had a rather good understanding of Creation Masters. Lin Yuan was such a young Class 2 Creation Master, and it was obvious that there was a problem. Zhou Jessen couldn't even imagine that Lin Yuan had the resources behind him. Even if Lin Yuan didn't have any resources behind him, a young Class 2 Creation Master like him was worth Zhou Jessen trying her best to rope him in. Chapter 77. Zhou Jessen's words astonished Lin Yuan. It was extremely difficult to store a severely injured Fae. Once the Fae died, the price would drop by more than 10%. Zhou Jessen wouldn't normally do business like this. If that was the case, it would be a loss for her to sell severely injured Faes. There shouldn't be any Creation Masters in Zhou Jessen's store. Even if there were Creation Masters, it would be a loss to waste a Creation Master's time to sustain a severely injured Fae. It was obvious that Zhou Jessen was doing this because of him. Regardless of the reason, Lin Yuan had to accept this favor. Then I shall thank Big Sister Xian for leaving behind a few severely injured Faes for me. After Morbius evolved to bronze grade, Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone wasn't small anymore. Coupled with the pure land of bliss and the high concentration of spirit chi, it was extremely suitable for healing Faes with damaged roots. The price of a Fae with damaged roots was only a little higher than the spiritual ingredient itself. It was unknown how much lower it was than a healthy Fae. If Lin Yuan were to purchase such Faes, treat them, and sell them, the money he could earn would be far more than what he could earn now. Lin Yuan didn't just need to nurture Red Thorn. He also needed a large amount of dimensional life-form flesh. He also needed to make more preparations for the Jasmine Lily's evolution to legend. Lin Yuan had an appointment with the violent-tempered woman, and he would be able to obtain the revival soil in a few days. Lin Yuan still didn't have the 2 mahogany tree cores and 1 liter of grasswood spring water. He might be able to buy the grasswood spring water on the market, but 1 liter of grasswood spring water was rather expensive. Therefore, the accumulation of resources was still Lin Yuan's top priority. This was because the accumulation of resources was also equivalent to an increase in strength. When Zhou Jessen heard Lin Yuan expressing his gratitude, the smile on her face grew even brighter. It wasn't that Zhou Jessen hadn't taken some measures to attract customers before. However, if these measures were to be effective, the customers would have to accept the favor. If no matter how much you did, the customers wouldn't even bother about it, and it would be useless. Come, follow me to the warehouse to take a look at the 3 severely injured Faes that I left behind. They are the best items in this batch of goods. After Zhou Jessen spoke to Lin Yuan, she instructed the shop assistant who was busy in the store and led Lin Yuan to the warehouse. The shop assistant in Zhou Jessen's shop was a chubby girl who loved to laugh. The last time Lin Yuan had visited the store, he hadn't seen him. This time, he had seen him in person. The young shop assistant also looked at Lin Yuan a few times. The staff of the Fae and Spiritual Ingredient Store had naturally noticed the Class 2 Creation Master emblem hanging on Lin Yuan's chest. Due to the instinctive reverence for Creation Masters, the shop assistant didn't dare to greet Lin Yuan despite his lively personality. Lin Yuan followed Zhou Jessen to the warehouse. Lin Yuan could feel that although Zhou Jessen had been talking to him, there seemed to be something she wanted to ask, but could not bring herself to ask. Lin Yuan did not point it out. The relationship between him and Zhou Jessen was just a client. If Zhou Jessen really wanted to ask him for help, he could help her with her business matters. But the premise was that Zhou Jessen could afford it. If it was something else, Lin Yuan would still reject it. After all, he wasn't a goody two-shoes. After walking into the warehouse, Lin Yuan immediately saw a dying fei lying on the ground. It was an antelope. This is a swordhorn speed antelope, a rather good silver fei. The swordhorn speed antelope's swordhorn is extremely long, and the swordhorn speed antelope is at silver X/elite. It is just a step away from gold. Therefore, the swordhorn speed antelope's flesh is an excellent choice, be it for feeding feis or for consumption. Zhou Jiasen introduced the swordhorn speed antelope. Zhou Jiasen had spent a lot of effort on this swordhorn speed antelope and had fed it plenty of bronze usnias. Otherwise, the swordhorn speed antelope might have already died. Lin Yuan walked over and looked at the swordhorn speed antelope. He extended his hand and placed it on the swordhorn speed antelope's horn. The swordhorn speed antelope struggled to lift its head and took a glance at Lin Yuan before lowering its head again. It was obvious that the swordhorn speed antelope was aware of its body's condition. With the intelligence of a silver fei, it was completely aware of its fate. The swordhorn speed antelope's life force was slowly slipping away, causing the swordhorn speed antelope to become weaker. Lin Yuan checked on the swordhorn speed antelope's condition and stood up. Lin Yuan wasn't sure of the limits of his healing ability, so he was planning to use this swordhorn speed antelope to do an experiment, looking at the pure land of bliss in the spirit lock spatial zone. If he circulated his spirit chi with all his might, he would be able to recover the swordhorn speed antelope's injuries within an hour. Zhou Jiasen might already know that Lin Yuan was a Class 2 creation master, but out of habit, she still gave a detailed introduction of the swordhorn speed antelope's condition. This swordhorn speed antelope's injuries can't be seen on the surface, but its internal injuries are extremely severe. This swordhorn speed antelope suffered an intense impact, causing its internal organs to shift. In fact, 2 of its internal organs are even ruptured. Last night, I fed some bronze usnias to help the swordhorn speed antelope recover some energy, but from the looks of its current condition, this swordhorn speed antelope shouldn't be able to last for more than 5 hours. Lin Yuan had already checked on the swordhorn speed antelope's injuries, and after hearing Zhou Jiasen's explanation, he couldn't help but lament at Zhou Jiasen's business philosophy. For such a severely injured fei, as long as it was still alive, it was rare for a seller to take the initiative to explain the injuries and predict the time of death. For a swordhorn speed antelope that didn't have any visible injuries on its surface, other stores wouldn't clearly state that it would die within 5 hours. It might be the truth, but it would greatly reduce the fei's value. Lin Yuan admired Zhou Jiasen's business philosophy and honest attitude. Big Sister Xian, what is the price of this swordhorn speed antelope? A silver fei like the swordhorn speed antelope wouldn't be expensive when it was in an endangered state. No matter how good the swordhorn speed antelope's swordhorn was, it wasn't considered a rare spiritual ingredient. The usage of this spiritual ingredient was to grind the horn, so there wasn't a requirement for the spiritual ingredient's appearance. The price of the swordhorn speed antelope's swordhorn was comparable to the swordhorn speed antelope's over 70 kilograms of silver fei meat. The swordhorn speed antelope was a very light and delicate agility type fei. It had decent damage and was extremely easy to rear. Therefore, the swordhorn speed antelope was a rather popular fei. 100 radiance dollars will do. Zhou Jiasen spoke very straightforwardly. Lin Yuan calculated the price. If 100 radiance dollars were to buy a dead swordhorn speed antelope, it would be just right. For a swordhorn speed antelope in its current state, the price should be around 150 radiance dollars. Chapter 78. When Lin Yuan recalled how Zhou Jiasen looked like she had something to say along the way, he understood. After this transaction, Zhou Jiasen would probably say what she wanted to say. Lin Yuan looked at Zhou Jiasen and realized that she was also looking at him. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "All right." Zhou Jiasun was very happy to see Lin Yuan's expression. Her goodwill was already very obvious, and anyone smart would be able to guess the meaning behind her words. Now, that Lin Yuan didn't reject it. It meant that there was a way for her to say what she wanted to say. Now, that Lin Yuan didn't reject it. It meant that there was a way for her to say what she wanted to say. After looking at the swordhorn speed antelope, Zhou Jiasun pointed at the charred tree trunk beside the swordhorn speed antelope and said, "The next fei is this. The next fei is this." Lin Yuan looked over and saw that the pitch-black tree trunk was filled with scorch marks. Lin Yuan walked forward and used his hand to gently touch the scorch marks. He realized that the scorch marks would shatter and wither when he touched them. Lin Yuan's heart shuddered. This tree should have been burned by the Abyss Dimensional Rift's devil flames. The marks on the tree trunk were very similar to the Abyss Flame's withering characteristics. The tree trunk was bare and had nothing. The roots at the bottom of the tree trunk were no more than 1/2 meter long, and they were all severed. There was also a hole on the tree trunk, and it was obvious that the tree core had been dug out. However, Lin Yuan could still faintly feel the sparse vitality contained within the tree. Only high-grade wood-type spirit plants would be able to grow a tree core, and the weakest spirit plant would be at least silver. This proved that this tree that had been burned by the abyss flames was at least a silver life form. However, Lin Yuan felt that even without the tree core, it was still able to preserve a trace of vitality within the tree's body for such a long time. This proved that this spirit plant was extraordinary and was most likely a gold spirit plant. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the tree, and the data caused his body to tremble. Fey name, Cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Fey species, osmanthus genus / osmanthus family. Fey grade, gold 4 out of 10. Fey type, wood fey quality, flawless abilities, frowny face, osmanthus fragrance. The osmanthus fragrance can refresh the mind and eliminate fatigue. Falling flowers. Flowers fall all year round, and the falling flowers can quickly remove the poison in the target's body. Cleansing flower bud. Shake off a flower bud that hasn't bloomed yet. The nectar in the flower bud can heal mental injuries. Osmanthus spirit. The aura of fortune and nobility contained in the osmanthus flowers can resist and eliminate curse damage and curse imprints. Exclusive skill, frowny face poison repellent, can effectively remove all kinds of poisons that are difficult to remove and dispel curse-type mental poisons. At this time, Zhou Jiasun's voice sounded again. This fey has been appraised to be a gold spirit plant. It should be an osmanthus species. Zhou Jiasun didn't know much about this spiritual plant. It was just that when he used his own connections to purchase the goods, he found out that this was a gold osmanthus. If it wasn't a gold fey or an osmanthus flower, Zhou Jiasun might not have left it behind. Of course, if this gold rank osmanthus wasn't damaged like this, or even if it was damaged like this, as long as there was a tree core, Zhou Jiasun wouldn't be able to afford it. Osmanthus was one of the 10 famous flowers since ancient times. After the spirit Qi awakening, there weren't any weaklings among the 10 famous flowers. Furthermore, osmanthus was an auspicious and noble flower. Therefore, the osmanthus's price had always been at the top of the plant type phase. Furthermore, the osmanthus's flower itself was a high-grade spiritual ingredient, and also an ingredient. This made the osmanthus's price even more outrageous. Humans had always been concerned about auspiciousness. When auspiciousness and beauty were combined, the price would definitely be doubled. If auspiciousness and beauty had powerful effects, they would be regarded as treasures. The osmanthus was such an existence. However, this osmanthus that she had brought back was almost charred, and it could only be sold for the thin layer of wood that wrapped the tree core. It could be used as a gold plant spiritual ingredient. However, it was only an ordinary spiritual ingredient because the osmanthus's effects were all on the flowers and leaves, not on the wood of the tree trunk. However, Zhou Jiesin didn't know that Lin Yuan was thinking differently from her. This wasn't an ordinary osmanthus, but a cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Furthermore, it was a cinnabar sweet osmanthus that perfectly matched its abilities and exclusive skill. The exclusive skill enhanced the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's 4 abilities. Furthermore, the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's 4 abilities could perfectly display the exclusive skill's effects. This cinnabar sweet osmanthus was simply the nemesis of poison type and evil beings. Not only could it remove all kinds of poison, but it could also cure and remove spirit-type poisons. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus had ways to remove curse-type poisons and incantation imprints that were the hardest to remove. It was truly an ultimate treasure and could be said to be the model of a pure, healing-type fae. Excluding the abilities and exclusive skill, the cinnabar sweet osmanthus was also a famous species among osmanthus. Thousands of 4-petal osmanthus flowers hung on the branches, and they were even more dazzling than the red clouds in the evening sky. Such an auspicious fae was truly in a miserable state now. This cinnabar sweet osmanthus might be useless in other people's hands and could only be used as a spiritual ingredient. However, if it was planted beside Lin Yuan's Pure Land of Bliss in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, this cinnabar sweet osmanthus would definitely have a new life in the future. It would bloom into a tree that was flourishing on the branches. Lin Yuan had to obtain the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. He might not be able to sign a contract with the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, but if he planted it in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, he would be able to use the cinnabar sweet osmanthus flowers to remove the poison to a certain extent. The jasmine lily might be able to heal injuries, but it didn't have the effect of removing poison. Lin Yuan might not be able to use the cinnabar sweet osmanthus ability in battle, but it could be used when nurturing and healing phase. Lin Yuan might not be able to use the cinnabar sweet osmanthus ability in battle, but it could be used when nurturing and healing phase. If he were to miss out on this cinnabar sweet osmanthus, he would need to spend 1,000 times the price to purchase another one. Take a gold dragon species fae that cost 80 radiance dollars for a single drop of blood. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus's transaction price in the rare life form pavilion was even higher than the gold dragon species fae. Big Sister Exion, what is your price for this charred fae? Lin Yuan looked at the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. He even wanted to release spiritual power into the cinnabar sweet osmanthus body. However, Lin Yuan endured it. It was impossible that no creation master had seen such a fae before. For a gold fae, like the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, even a class 4 creation master might take it to see if it was worth healing. Lin Yuan was only a class 2 creation master, and if Zhou Jiesin saw him healing the cinnabar sweet osmanthus here, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. Chapter 79. After speaking, Zhou Jiesin went to the table and rummaged through the brocade boxes. Most of the brocade boxes on the table were rare spiritual ingredients. These rare spiritual materials were Zhou Jiesin's precious stock. Zhou Jiesin said as she rummaged through them. While rummaging, Zhou Jiesin said, "The third fae that grew with the osmanthus fae is still alive, but I can't tell what it is. It is so dry, and it might lose its vitality in a short while." After searching for a long time, Zhou Jiesin took out a brocade box and handed it to Lin Yuan. When handing it to Lin Yuan, Zhou Jiesin laughed heartily. "I will give you 300 radiance dollars for the previous osmanthus fae. As for the item in this brocade box, Big Sister Exion will treat it as a gift." Zhou Jiesin couldn't tell what the item in the brocade box was. However, it had the wave of a gold fae during the inspection, so it should be considered a good item. However, Zhou Jiesin didn't know what it was used for. When she had purchased the osmanthus fey, someone had given it to her, so she might as well give it to Lin Yuan as a favor. Lin Yuan's mind was on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, so he didn't pay attention to the fey that Zhou Jiesin had given him. However, when he looked at it now, he was instantly stunned. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus was no longer able to distract Lin Yuan. Under True Data's observation, the shriveled item in the box that looked like a layer of burnt black film was actually a treasure that could increase one's mental strength. Fey name, Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia. Fey species, reed species / Aphoxanthaceae. Fey grade, gold 8 out of 10. Fey type, grass fey quality. Flawless. The Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia was a kind of companion fey. It only grew on plants that were filled with auspicious and holy aura. As a companion fey, it was extremely rare. Even in the Rare Life Form Pavilion's annual large-scale auction, the Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia would be the finale item. The Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia was born with the Cinnabar sweet osmanthus, hence its name. If it was accompanied by other flowers that had rich luster, the name would also change. As a member of the Aphoxanthaceae, the haworthia inherited the characteristics of the Aphoxanthaceae. Rather than saying that the Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia was a fey, it was better to say that it was a spiritual ingredient that could evolve and grow. The Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia did not have any skills or exclusive skills, and it was highly toxic. The Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia would only bear fruit once every few years at the platinum level. Each time, it would produce 3 to 5 crystal-like fruits. It had always been said that it was extremely difficult to heal a spirit chi professional's spiritual energy injuries. The reason why it could not be healed was that the Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia could heal the injured spiritual energy to a certain extent. It was also one of the few holy items in this world that could heal mental injuries. Even if one's mental strength was not damaged, eating the Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia would have a certain effect. The effect was to stimulate the brain and increase one's spiritual power. The Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia was truly a good item for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's spiritual energy had been pitifully weak ever since he had contracted Morbius. Genius and Chimey had also been contracted by Lin Yuan when Feys were not considered. After contracting Genius and Chimey, Lin Yuan had been unconscious for several days. If he could increase his spiritual energy, it would be a metamorphosis for him. Even if the increase in spiritual energy could not allow him to contract more Feys, it could still make his mind clearer. If his spiritual energy increased enough, it wasn't impossible for Lin Yuan to contract a new Fey in the future. As compared to the Cinnabar sweet osmanthus, the Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia was undoubtedly more pleasant to Lin Yuan. However, if the Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia wanted to grow, it had to grow on the Cinnabar sweet osmanthus. At this moment, Lin Yuan wanted to quickly purchase the Cinnabar sweet osmanthus and Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia and bring them back to cultivate for healing. Big Sister Xian, I want these 2 Feys. In addition to the Swordhorn Speed Antelope, I will transfer the money together. Soon enough, Lin Yuan and Zhou Jiesin completed the transfer. Zhou Jiesin used Ostrich Logistics' Fey storage box and immediately arranged for the delivery of the 3 dying Feys in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was currently very grateful to Zhou Jiesin. For Zhou Jiesin to help him keep these 3 Feys, it was undoubtedly the same as giving him an opportunity. When Lin Yuan saw that Zhou Jiesin wanted to speak but had been observing his expression, he took the initiative to speak. Big Sister Xian, I am also considered an old customer. If you have anything to say, just say it. Lin Yuan might have guessed what Zhou Jiesin was going to say, but before Zhou Jiesin said it, Lin Yuan couldn't be certain. Zhou Jiesin didn't expect that Lin Yuan would actually take the initiative to mention it before she could speak. She was instantly overjoyed. If Lin Yuan didn't wish to help, he wouldn't have spoken first. Since he had spoken, there should be a way. Zhou Jiasen had been in the business world for several years, and when Lin Yuan said that they were old customers, Zhou Jiasen heard it clearly. When Lin Yuan mentioned customers, it meant that Lin Yuan was willing to help her with her business. He was also telling her that he might not be able to help with other matters. Zhou Jiasen didn't need Lin Yuan's help with anything else, and she just hoped to be able to purchase goods from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Big Sister Xian, knows that you also have a store that sells rare fays. I wonder if Big Sister Xian can purchase goods from your store? Lin Yuan blinked his eyes. It seemed like he had guessed correctly. As expected, it was about purchasing goods. The fays sold in his store might be evolved from common fays, like the usnias that weren't even normal grade or the normal grade spirit siphon goldfish. These fays might be common in the low-grade market, but the elite spirit siphon goldfish and bronze usnias were rarely circulated in the market. Even though Zhou Jiasen had managed the Star Web store for so many years, she had her own connections. It was possible to obtain 1 or 2 elite spirit siphon goldfish and 1 or 2 pots of bronze usnias, but it was impossible to obtain them in bulk. On average, Lin Yuan would be able to produce 100 spirit siphon goldfish every 3 days. After a period of time, another batch of 5 fortune Ranchu appeared on the market. If Lin Yuan wanted to increase his spirit chi occupation's rank, he would need to evolve a large number of bronze usnias. Therefore, it didn't matter if he bought for Zhou Jiasen. When Zhou Jiasen saw Lin Yuan's pondering expression, she quickly replied, Lin Yuan, Big Sister Xian isn't trying to obtain goods from you cheaply. Big Sister Xian can increase the price by 3% from your store's retail price. To tell you the truth, my store is already at its limit without a 3-star creation master. Big Sister Xian wishes to purchase some rare fays from you and see if it can become a 4-star store by the end of the year. Zhou Jiasen's words were very sincere. He told Lin Yuan about his difficulties and also showed his cooperative attitude. Lin Yuan listened to Zhou Jiasen's words and smiled. Chapter 80. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhou Jiasen was pleasantly surprised. Previously, Zhou Jiasen thought that it would be great if she could get 20 spirit siphon goldfish and around 10 pots of bronze usnias. She didn't expect for Lin Yuan to give her goods that exceeded her expectations by so many times. With these resources, it would no longer be an old store that could only rely on the quality of spiritual ingredients to attract customers. With these rare items, she just had to limit the supply, and the store's reputation would quickly improve. She would also need to organize some activities to decline customers. With such a trump card, it wasn't impossible for the store to become a Class 4 store by the end of the year. Her dream of many years had never been realized. Now that Lin Yuan's words had given her the opportunity to realize it, the calm Zhou Jiasen didn't know what to do. Zhou Jiasen was extremely glad that she had made the decision earlier. If she hadn't expressed goodwill to this youth, he wouldn't have treated her like this. The items in this youth's hands would be a premium of 10% for other stores that wanted to raise their stars. Zhou Jiasen had long heard of the fays in Lin Yuan's store. The quality was ridiculously good, and the price wasn't expensive either. Every time the goods were on the shelves, they would be sold out in less than 3 minutes. Apart from that, Lin Yuan was a Class 2 creation master. Just this point alone was enough for Zhou Jiasen to rope him in. However, Lin Yuan's straightforward method made Zhou Jiasen feel that apart from the relationship of benefits, they were more like friends. Lin Yuan, Big Sister Xian shall thank you in advance. In the future, when you purchase spiritual ingredients from Big Sister Xian's store, Big Sister Xian will sell them to you at the stock price. Or if you need any spiritual ingredients that you can't find, I can help you publish a purchase information and ask around. Zhou Jiesin had now completely opened up her connections and channels to Lin Yuan. In fact, Zhou Jiesin understood that her connections and channels might not be considered much for a Class 2 creation master. However, this was for most of the veteran Class 2 creation masters. Lin Yuan was a newbie that had just become a Class 2 creation master. He might have the ability, but he was still respected. However, he didn't have many connections and channels. From now on, Zhou Jiesin would be the first channel that Lin Yuan had accumulated. Big Sister Xin, if you want to charge to a 4-star store, I can provide you with 20 Elite 5 Fortune Ranches and 20 pots of silver usnias next month. If Zhou Jiesin could evolve into a Class 4 store with his connections, it would also be helpful to him. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't mind helping Zhou Jiesin at this crucial juncture, so that she could improve further. In this way, Zhou Jiesin's connection would be of great help to him. When Zhou Jiesin heard Lin Yuan's words, she wasn't just happy. She was even more shocked. Zhou Jiesin was now certain that Lin Yuan had a veteran Class 3 creation master backing him. He might not just be a Class 3 creation master. He might even be a Class 4 creation master. In the Radiance Federation, if Class 5 creation masters didn't make a move, Class 4 creation masters were already at the level of heavenly protection. Class 4 creation masters were existences that Zhou Jiesin couldn't even look up to in the past. Now, Zhou Jiesin knew that she had underestimated how powerful Lin Yuan's background was. She had sold the 5 fortune ranches to Lin Yuan because she wanted to help the female 5 fortune ranches lay eggs and nurture the female 5 fortune ranches to elite grade in a short month. Such means weren't something an ordinary Class 3 creation master could achieve. Furthermore, there were 20 pots of silver usnias. The usnias were phase that couldn't even reach normal from beginner, and it was much harder to evolve to silver than other phase. Without needing the 25 fortune ranches, just the impact of these 20 pots of silver usnias was enough for her store to strive for Class 4. Right now, what Zhou Jiesin had to do was to gather the price for these 25 fortune ranches and 20 pots of silver usnias within this month. Zhou Jiesin had to use her usual money to buy plenty of goods. Now that she thought about it, taking out so much money was truly a challenge that Zhou Jiesin had to face for this month. After completing the transaction with Zhou Jiesin, Lin Yuan ordered another 25,000 caddies of inferior energy ores from Zhou Jiesin. Zhou Jiesin had sold the 25,000 caddies of inferior energy ores to Lin Yuan at the purchase price. This allowed Lin Yuan to save close to half of the money, and it was obvious how profitable spiritual ingredient transactions were. After exiting the Star Web, Ostrich Logistics Express delivery arrived in a short moment. Lin Yuan sprinkled a large amount of inferior energy ores into the spirit pool, allowing a portion of the spirit pool to decompose and leave behind a thick layer at the bottom. Immediately after, Lin Yuan placed the Swordhorn Speed Antelope, Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus, and Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia phase storage boxes into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, which was beside the Pure Land of Bliss. He then took the initiative to open the Swordhorn Speed Antelope's box. Dense spirit chi seeped into the Swordhorn Speed Antelope's body through its skin and into its damaged internal organs. It helped the Swordhorn Speed Antelope recover its damaged internal organs. Lin Yuan circulated spirit chi into the Swordhorn Speed Antelope's body in a soothing manner and helped it recover its injuries. The Swordhorn Speed Antelope looked at Lin Yuan with grateful eyes. It used its cheek to rub against Lin Yuan's hand and lay on the Pure Land of Bliss to rest under Lin Yuan's arrangement. The Swordhorn Speed Antelope's body was very small, and it only took up a small space on the Pure Land of Bliss. Its curled-up body quickly fell asleep, and the surrounding spirit chi slowly entered the Swordhorn Speed Antelope's body. The Swordhorn Speed Antelope slowly recovered its injuries. Next, Lin Yuan was going to be busy with a huge project. After opening the 2 gold Fey storage boxes, Lin Yuan spent a lot of effort to plant the cinnabar sweet osmanthus that was almost charred at the side of the Pure Land of Bliss. At the same time, he carefully placed the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia at the creases of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus trunk. He believed that in a short period of time, the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia would take root on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Lin Yuan circulated his spirit qi with all his might and poured it into the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. With Lin Yuan's hard work, the effects weren't obvious even on the Pure Land of Bliss in the spirit lock spatial zone. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus was indeed a gold Fey. With Lin Yuan's D-rank spirit qi, professional's spiritual power, it was still rather difficult for him to heal a gold Fey. Lin Yuan felt the spirit qi content in his body. After these few days of hard work and constant evolution of Feys, Lin Yuan's spirit qi content was already more than half of a D-rank spirit qi professional's energy value to that of a C-rank spirit qi professional's. Lin Yuan immediately purchased a large number of usnias. For the remaining time, Lin Yuan was planning to become a C-rank spirit qi professional first. At this moment, Lin Yuan was back to his previous state of complete focus. He was enhancing Fei's day and night. 3 days passed by quickly. Lin Yuan's spirit qi was one step closer to becoming a C-rank spirit qi professional. Chapter 81. Lin Yuan looked at the time. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Lin Yuan had focused on enhancing Feis, and he could clearly feel the increase in spirit qi in his body. He looked at the bronze usnias in the house. Lin Yuan stood up, stretched, and walked toward the door. He opened the door and saw Lu Jie standing there. At this moment, Lu Jie was different from before. His temperament had changed significantly. His eyes were filled with vigor and vitality. Humans had to have a goal in life. Even if they did not have a goal, they should have a direction. The new Lu Jie had both a goal and a direction. Come, enter the house. Did things go smoothly for the past 3 days? Lu Jie nodded. I have settled all the things I needed to do. I will only listen to young master's instructions from now on. Lin Yuan did not correct Lu Jie's address this time. 100 years after the spirit qi awakening, retainers were considered a new relationship between humans. Lu Jie was only following the etiquette of a retainer, so there was no need for Lin Yuan to correct him again and again. Lin Yuan led Lu Jie into the house. Chimey and Genius immediately ran to Lin Yuan's shoulder and looked at Lu Jie curiously. Red Thorn, which was eating at the side, also sensed that a stranger had entered the house. It placed the thornless vine that Red Thorn had evolved on Lin Yuan. It was like a warning. As long as Lin Yuan gave the order, Red Thorn's vines would immediately grow and cover Lu Jie. Lu Jie looked at Genius and Chimey on Lin Yuan, as well as Red Thorn behind Lin Yuan. He sighed and envied them. Genius was a kitten with 2 tails and soft fur that was no longer than the length of a small arm. Chimey was only the size of half a fist, and it was a small bird with azure blue feathers with gorgeous cloud patterns. No matter who saw these 2 little fellows, they could not be compared to housekeeping pets like the 100 Questions beast or the songstress bird that could only sing. In addition, Red Thorn's sinister appearance contained killing intent everywhere. Lu Jie knew that it was a Fey with extreme lethality. Seeing Lin Yuan and the 3 Feys together intimately, Lu Jie could not help but think of his source-type insect queen. He knew that Lin Yuan could heal it. However, before the insect queen could fully recover, Lu Jie could not help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart when he thought of his insect queen that had already turned into a cocoon. Lin Yuan poured a glass of water for Lu Jie and explained Lu Jie's identity to Genius, Chimey, and red thorn. Only then did red thorn settle down and continue eating to accumulate energy for its evolution. What do you plan to do in the future? If I don't have any arrangements for you. Lin Yuan placed the teacup on the table next to Lu Jie. Then he sat on the chair and drank the water in his teacup. Lin Yuan's words made Lu Jie frown at once. He pondered over Lin Yuan's question. A retainer's responsibility was to follow by the Creation Master's side. They were the Creation Master's shield and also the Creation Master's sword. Everything was done according to the Creation Master's instructions. Now that Lin Yuan had asked him about his future plans, he really did not know how to answer. Lu Jie's original plan was to listen to Lin Yuan's instructions and accept his orders. Upon seeing Lu Jie pondering, Lin Yuan continued, "You must be very indignant about being removed from the Radiance 100 sequence number 39 because of your injuries these past 2 years, right?" Lin Yuan's words pointed out the question that Lu Jie had been avoiding all this time. The Radiance 100 was the glory that Lu Jie had always pursued. Although Lu Jie did not regret protecting Cold Frost City, if he was given another chance, he would still do it without any regard for his own safety. However, Lu Jie was also indignant about being removed from the Radiance 100 sequence. Therefore, ever since Lu Jie knew that his insect queen could not recover, he did not even participate in the Radiance 100 sequence. Given Lu Jie's merits at that time, if he had participated, he might even have retained his Radiance 100 sequence ranking. At the very least, Lu Jie would have been able to enter the Radiance 100's glory hall with honor. However, due to his pride and not wanting to be pitted, Lu Jie had given up this opportunity. He had given up the Radiance 100 by default and had worked hard to fight for the sequence. Was he indignant? Of course not. When Lin Yuan saw Lu Jie's expression, he already knew what Lu Jie was thinking, and he smiled slightly. "I knew that you would be indignant. If you are indignant, why don't you go back and stand in the Radiance 100 sequence again?" Lin Yuan's words were like a thunderclap that exploded on Lu Jie's head. Lu Jie had never dared to think like this. He had sworn with the willpower rune to become the retainer of the youth in front of him. From that moment on, Lu Jie's thoughts had already excluded himself and considered everything from the perspective of a retainer. Now, Lin Yuan's words gave Lu Jie an indescribable feeling. First, can I still do it? Then it was gratitude toward Lin Yuan that could not be drowned by the vast ocean. For a moment, he had tasted the coldness and warmth of the world. Lu Jie, who had known that his insect queen could not recover, gritted his teeth and endured it, but his eyes had turned red. His hot tears splashed into the glass of water and splashed. The water in the cup also had a salty taste. When Lin Yuan saw Lu Jie like this, he patted his shoulder and said, "Summon your insect queen. Summon your insect queen. Let me see how long it will take for your insect queen to recover. If it's fast, you might even be able to catch up with the Radiance 100 sequences ranking at the end of the year. I think it won't be a problem for you to fight for a spot if you go." Lu Jie did not wipe away his hot tears. Instead, he raised his head and stared deeply at Lin Yuan as though he wanted to remember something. After a long time, Lu Jie revealed a somewhat silly smile. He had shed tears before, so this smile made him look a little embarrassed. However, Lin Yuan knew that Lu Jie's smile was considered to have swept away the haze and truly obtained a new life. Lin Yuan could not help but recall Elder Ning's words. Creation Masters did not only save Fays, but also humans. Lu Jie summoned his insect queen and carefully held it in his hand. Lin Yuan placed his palm on the insect queen's flesh cocoon and circulated his spiritual power to quickly channel spirit chi into the flesh cocoon. The dark, purple flesh cocoon was actually beating slowly like a heart, When it was beating, it emitted a soft lavender glow. At the same time, Lin Yuan could also feel that the insect queen had absorbed all the spirit qi that he had infused. After absorbing the pure spirit qi, as time went by, the insect queen's insect queen grew stronger. After an hour, Lin Yuan could feel that the insect queen could already keep beating gently. It would not stop when his spirit qi was interrupted. This meant that the insect queen's active function that represented vitality had been activated. Chapter 82. Lin Yuan calculated for a moment. Although he could not accurately estimate the insect queen's recovery time, it was not a problem. However, based on his initial estimation, if he was in the pure land of bliss within the spirit lock spatial zone, the pure land of bliss wouldn't be able to withstand it. 2 months should be enough for him to make a full recovery. As the insect queen's contractor, Lu Jia could naturally sense the changes in the insect queen. It was only when the insect queen kept beating that Lu Jia's heart started to race. Lu Jia could sense that his insect queen had yet to regain its consciousness. However, he could feel that his body was gradually getting better. During this hour, Lu Jia did not even dare to move his hand that was holding the cocoon for fear of disturbing Lin Yuan. Lu Jia only asked carefully when Lin Yuan removed his hand from the cocoon, "How's my insect queen doing?" For a person who had just built up hope, he couldn't experience the blow of disappointment no matter what. Lin Yuan said straightforwardly, "Leave the insect queen with me, and it will recover in 2 months. You will also be able to catch up with this year's Radiance 100 sequence ranking." Lu Jia had known that Lin Yuan could heal the insect queen. However, he did not expect Lin Yuan to be able to heal the insect queen so quickly, which made him pleasantly surprised. Lu Jia carefully handed the insect queen, which was constantly beating, to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan held it in his hand and continued to circulate the spiritual power in his body, injecting pure spirit qi into the insect queen. "Young master, please tell me what to do during this period of time." Since Lin Yuan had been helping him heal the insect queen, Lu Jia didn't want to be an idle person. He wanted to help Lin Yuan fulfill his retainer duties. Lin Yuan did have something for Lu Jia to do. "Lu Jia, how much do you know about the capital?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, Lu Jia answered, "I went to university in the royal city and lived in the royal city for 7 to 8 years. I'm very familiar with the royal city and can be considered a local. However, I haven't been in the royal city for 2 years, so I don't know how the royal city has changed." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan nodded and asked, "What do you think? What do you think if I open a shop in the royal capital after the new year?" Lin Yuan also had his own ideas. After Chu Xi finished studying at the Redbud Intermediate Spirit Qi Academy, she would also have to go to the royal capital to take the exam. The royal capital was the Radiance Federation Center, and it occupied an area that was the size of 4 Redbud cities. He might as well open a small store in the imperial capital as soon as possible and pave the way for Chu Xi. During this period before the new year, Lin Yuan had to strengthen himself and raise his spirit qi occupation to C rank. At the same time, he upgraded all his phase to silver grade and above. These weren't considered too difficult. The most difficult thing was to evolve the jasmine lily from bronze to legend and transform it into a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan's second willpower rune was comprehended from extreme massacres and was very suitable for red thorn. However, he still had a way to upgrade red thorn from elite to epic. However, he knew that he could not upgrade red thorn from bronze to legend. Because red thorn was unable to absorb spiritual energy, it could only accumulate energy from its flesh. He was not a true creation master. After all, he could only use his unique means to evolve phase, increase their quality, and heal their roots. Since Lin Yuan could heal the insect queen, Lu Jie could not help but marvel at Lin Yuan's means and potential as a creation master. Now that Lin Yuan intended to develop in the royal capital, Lu Jie raised both hands in approval. The royal capital was a place where only those with true ability could stand firm and gain a foothold. The resources and opportunities were far beyond redbud cities. Given Lin Yuan's talent and ability, it would be a waste if he did not develop in the royal capital. Young master, I feel that if you want to develop, it's best to go to the royal capital. Only after reaching the royal capital will you realize that the prosperity you see is far inferior to the royal capital. Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Given Lu Jie's experience, it would naturally not be wrong. Since he had already made up his mind, he might as well go ahead with it. This small store would forever be the warmest home for him and Chu Xi. It was also the place where he started in this world. Lin Yuan was a person who dared to act on his ideas. He simply used his Star Web card to transfer 500 Radiance dollars to Lu Jie's account. Lin Yuan's current earning speed was far from what it used to be. Therefore, Lin Yuan would not be as cautious when it came to spending money. Go to the royal capital and help me find out about the situation. Then help me choose a suitable location to set up a store. If there is a good store for sale, contact me directly. The price of a store in the royal capital would definitely be far from what Redbud City could compare with. If he wanted to buy a good store in the royal capital, the price would definitely not be cheap. Lin Yuan had the confidence to say this because of the 1,005 fortune ranches that were about to hatch. Another reason was that Ling Xiao had given him the plot of land in Redbud City after he became a Class 2 creation master. Rather than saying that the plot of land was a store, it would be better to say that it was a manor that was over 1,800 square meters. After Lin Yuan had picked the plot of land, the deed had already been handed over to him through Penguin Logistics 2 days ago. Lin Yuan could freely use this piece of land. If there was a suitable store in the royal capital, Lin Yuan could just sell off the manor in Redbud City. This way, he would be able to pay the initial payment for the store in the royal capital. In addition, given his earning speed after a period of time, especially after he became a C-rank spirit chi professional, his earnings would increase exponentially. With these trump cards, Lin Yuan spoke with extra confidence. Young master, do you have any requirements for the store? It would be best if it has a larger area. I don't have any other requirements. Lin Yuan believed that with his ability and his ability to mass-produce rare phase, it would not affect his development. Even if the store was slightly remote in the royal capital, it would not affect his development. Lu Jie was originally prepared to carefully remember Lin Yuan's requirements. After all, this was the first mission that Lin Yuan had given him, so Lu Jie was exceptionally serious. However, Lu Jie did not expect Lin Yuan to only have this one request. After giving the instructions, Lu Jie headed straight for the royal capital. Lin Yuan placed the insect queen's flesh cocoon on the pure land of bliss. Then he added plenty of inferior energy ores into the spirit pool. The consumption of inferior energy ores had been very fast in the past few days, so Lin Yuan had purchased a large batch of them. He had stored them in the Spirit Lock spatial zone in preparation for the spirit pool's usual supply. However, when he was purchasing the inferior energy ores this time, Lin Yuan already had the intention to buy low-grade energy ores. The quality-price ratio of inferior energy ores might be high for the spirit pool, but Lin Yuan needed time to add the energy ores. Now, Lin Yuan was not as embarrassed as before. Times had changed, and low-grade energy ores were indeed more suitable for Lin Yuan than inferior energy ores. Lin Yuan enhanced phase for 7 days, day and night, and felt that he was just a step away from becoming a C-rank spirit chi professional. He was planning to go on the Star Web and order another batch of goods. Lin Yuan realized that he had received a message from Redbud City Lordess Ling Xiao. Chapter 83. As the city lord of Redbud City, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Ling Xiao had a myriad of affairs to attend to every day. All the big and small matters in Redbud City required Ling Xiao's decision. Even when Redbud City had given him the reward, Ling Xiao hadn't personally appeared. Instead, it had been one of Ling Xiao's subordinates. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this was already a great honor. And now, the city lord of Redbud City, Ling Xiao, had personally come looking for him. Ling Xiao. Lin Yuan, I am Redbud City's city lord, Ling Xiao. 2 days later, someone will go to the Xia region to pick you up. At that time, someone will contact you directly. You might have to travel far, so make preparations in advance. When Lin Yuan received Ling Xiao's message, he rubbed his temples. This news came so suddenly that Lin Yuan did not know what it was. Ling Xiao's message didn't mention it either. Rather than saying that Ling Xiao had sent a question, it was more like a notification. Lin Yuan thought about the benefits that Elder Ning had mentioned before. So far, he had only obtained the Redbud City's store and land. However, the benefits that Elder Ning mentioned were definitely not referring to the shop's land. In other words, this trip was very likely to be the benefit that even Elder Ning himself was envious of. If it was a long journey, he actually did not need to prepare much. If there was a need to prepare, it would be to stock up more energy ores in the Spirit Lock spatial zone to prepare for the usual supply. Therefore, he bought another 5,000 caddies of low-grade energy ores and 5,000 caddies of mid-grade energy ores from Big Sister Xian. The concentration of spiritual energy contained in low-grade energy ores was 5 times that of low-grade energy ores. The concentration of spirit energy contained in mid-grade energy ores was 5 times that of low-grade energy ores. Compared to low-grade energy ores, the price of low-grade energy ores was much higher. However, these basic materials were not considered a burden to him. When the 5,000 caddies of low-grade energy ores and mid-grade energy ores were transported into the Spirit Lock spatial zone, at that moment, Lin Yuan noticed that the sword-horned speed antelope was already standing upright on the pure land of bliss. Lin Yuan went over to take a look and realized that the sword-horned speed antelope's injuries had completely recovered in the pure land of bliss. When the sword-horned speed antelope saw Lin Yuan, it immediately ran over and stopped in front of him. She stuck out her tongue and licked Lin Yuan's finger intimately. It was thanking Lin Yuan for saving it from a seriously injured state. Lin Yuan took some bronze usnea vines and fed them to the sword-horned speed antelope. After its body recovered, the sword-horned speed antelope quickly ate the leaves on the bronze usnea's vine. It had a rare appetite. Lin Yuan looked at the sword-horned speed antelope, which was already a silver X/elite Fey before it was injured. He was only 1 step away from the gold rank. Lin Yuan also sensed that the spirit chi concentration in his D-rank spirit chi professional's body had reached the maximum value. The misty spiritual energy in his body seemed as if it could turn into liquid spiritual energy at any time. When he had just become a D-rank spirit chi professional, there was only a trace of mist-like spirit chi in his body. But now, the spiritual energy in his body had completely transformed into mist. These mists collided with each other, but every time they were about to condense into a liquid state, they would disperse. Lin Yuan knew that he needed an opportunity. If he continued to evolve his bronze rank usneas like before, it would be like dripping water piercing through a stone. Right now, if he could directly evolve this silver-ranked sword-horn speed antelope to gold-ranked, then it would be equivalent to a torrent. He could directly break through the barrier. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the satiated sword-horn speed antelope's body and circulated the spiritual power in his body. He would use the Spirit Lock spatial zone's spirit chi that was a few times denser than the outside world to enhance the sword-horn speed antelope. Lin Yuan wasn't sure how long it would take for a silver Fey to evolve to gold grade. But in order not to delay the appointment with Ling Xiao 2 days later, Lin Yuan still set an alarm clock. After an unknown period of time, Lin Yuan's converted spirit qi had been cleansed by hundreds and thousands of times. With perseverance, he finally broke through the sword-horn speed antelope's layer of obstruction. Just as it broke through the layer of obstruction, the sword-horn speed antelope's body glowed with a resplendent golden luster. At this moment, the sword-horn speed antelope's life essence was undergoing a metamorphosis. It had crossed from Silver X to gold grade. The sword-horn speed antelope's first transformation was the twin horns on its head. Previously, the sword-horn speed antelope's sword horns were perfectly straight like a sharp sword. But now, not only did the sword-horn speed antelope's right horn not continue to grow, but it was constantly shrinking. It was transforming towards the curved, small horn. In just a short moment, the sword-horn speed antelope's body had shrunk to 1/3 of its original size. The coffee-colored wool on its body was also constantly turning lighter and finally turning into a khaki-colored milky white. The sword-horn speed antelope was already nimble, but after evolving to gold grade, its spirituality mutation was even more thorough. Now, it had actually turned into a cute little creature. However, after shrinking, the sword-horn speed antelope's legs were even more slender and filled with strength. Its body had a streamlined burst of power and became even more nimble. The sword-horn speed antelope's attack method wasn't just its basic ability, which was to use the sword horn to ram the opponent. It could also use the sword horn to slice the air and form a chi blade to attack the opponent from a distance. With the sword horn speed antelope's nimble movements, it was definitely a long-range assassin. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the gold-grade sword-horn speed antelope. The cute little creature in front of him noticed that the name of the gold-grade Fei had already changed. It was no longer called the sword-horn speed antelope. Fei name, wind speed rapid antelope, Fei species, Artiodactyl genus/antelope subfamily, Fei grade, gold, 1 out of 10. Fei type, wind Fei quality, elite abilities, frowny face, horn strike. Use the horns on the head to collide with the opponent. Horn blade. The sharp horn slashes the air and forms a wind blade to attack the target from a distance and cut. Wind protection. The power of wind floats on the surface of the body and forms a layer of wind shield. Sword strike storm. Summon a storm that covers a wide area. The storm is mixed with sword chi that can slice steel plates, and it will carry out a carpet attack. Exclusive skill, frowny face swift wind. While controlling the wind, it can increase the flow of the wind and increase the speed of wind-type abilities. The wind speed rapid antelope was considered a rather unorthodox evolution path for the sword-horn speed antelope. It had abandoned its close combat ability and turned into a violent spellcaster. It was obvious just by looking at the gold-grade ability, Sword Strike Storm. When the wind speed rapid antelope circulated its spiritual power, it would be able to summon a storm that covered a wide area. The storm was mixed with sword chi that could slice steel plates, and it would carry out a carpet attack. It was considered a very violent group ability. Chapter 84. With the addition of the wind speed rapid antelope's adorable appearance, the price could increase by several folds. Lin Yuan patted the sword-horn speed antelope's head with satisfaction and thought, "This little fellow is really hard-working. This little guy is really hard-working. He can be sold for a good price." The wind speed rapid antelope looked at Lin Yuan with sparkling eyes while its soft wool and cute horns rubbed against Lin Yuan's hand. It was thanking Lin Yuan for allowing its life to transform. Perhaps Lin Yuan would sell this wind speed rapid antelope in the near future and allow it to have its own spirit chi professional partner. It would help the wind speed rapid antelope and the spirit chi professional. This was the best ending for the wind speed rapid antelope. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt the feedback of spirit chi from the sword horn speed antelope's body. which broke through the barrier between his D-rank and C-rank spirit chi professional. With the intervention of this spirit chi, the spirit chi mist within his body started to constantly condense. Finally, the spirit chi mist condensed into a drop of sparkling water droplet. Traces of spirit chi constantly gathered towards the water droplet and fused into it, increasing the water droplet's volume. At this moment, Lin Yuan knew that he had officially become a C-rank spirit chi professional. Lin Yuan's alarm didn't go off, but his phone rang. Lin Yuan took the phone and saw that it was an unknown number. Lin Yuan didn't have many numbers saved in his phone, except for Chu Ci and a few numbers that he had used to purchase goods. This included Yang Mingkai, Lu Jie, and Ah Neng. Even Zhou Jiasen could only contact him on the star web. Now that his phone was ringing, it was most likely someone sent by Ling Xiao. After picking up the phone, before Lin Yuan could say anything, a rather respectful voice came from the other end. Lord Lin Yuan, I am one of Lord Ling Xiao's subordinates. My name is Ling Wu. I am already at the Xia Region's county governor residence and am waiting for you. Lin Yuan didn't expect someone to address him as Lord. Logically speaking, with Lin Yuan's status as a Class 2 creation master, he was already worthy of being addressed as Lord. However, it depended on who was being addressed as Lord. It was very normal for spirit chi professionals to address Lin Yuan as Lord Ling Xiao for help. However, Ling Wu was one of Lord Ling Xiao's subordinates. Lin Yuan was truly surprised that Ling Wu would address him as Lord. Lin Yuan did not have much to pack. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had already prepared sufficient energy ores, and the blue Flash Butterfly's cocoon was placed on the table, waiting to hatch. Lin Yuan estimated that it should be within these 2 days. In fact, there was a reason why Lin Yuan didn't channel Spirit Chi into the blue Flash Butterfly's cocoon to help it hatch. The blue Flash Butterfly broke out of its cocoon after undergoing development. This was the work of nature. If he accelerated this process, it would be equivalent to him changing nature's uncanny workmanship to a certain extent. Although the blue Flash Butterfly could also be hatched, its life potential and evolution potential would be greatly reduced compared to a naturally hatched blue Flash Butterfly. Therefore, even if he was very anxious to turn the blue Flash Butterfly into Morbius Bronze Spirit-Locked Fae, he was still waiting. Creation Masters might be able to evolve phase and improve their quality. To a certain extent, Creation Masters were like omnipotent gods. However, during the phase formation stage, the Creation Master's interference would destroy the phase evolution potential. Since Lin Yuan didn't have anything to pack, he replied, I have already packed up. After receiving Lord Ling Xiao's message, I've already packed up. I'll head to the prefectural governor manor immediately. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan exited the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and circulated his spiritual energy to recall Genius, Chimey, and Red Thorn into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Usually, Lin Yuan wouldn't recall Genius, Chimey, and Red Thorn into the Spiritual Spatial Zone. Instead, he preferred to let them experience life in the outside world with him. For this trip, Lin Yuan might have a way to bring Genius and Chimey along. However, Lin Yuan was truly helpless against the massive Red Thorn. As such, Lin Yuan simply recalled them into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Originally, Lin Yuan was planning to take a look at the changes in his abilities after becoming a C-rank Spirit Chi professional. He wanted to see how much time he would need to evolve the Usnias. He also wanted to see if it would be useful for the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus recovery. However, it was obvious that he didn't have the time now. After dressing up, Lin Yuan looked into the mirror and saw the bright and handsome youth. Lin Yuan revealed his white teeth and headed straight for the county governor's residence. Even though Lin Yuan had lived in the Xia region for so many years, he was still very unfamiliar with the county governor's residence. Previously, Lin Yuan had been living his own life in a well-behaved manner. He had never stepped foot into the Xia region's county governor's residence. This trip to the county governor's residence gave Lin Yuan a feeling as though it was a lifetime ago. After alighting from the thick-hoofed donkey cart near the county governor's residence, Lin Yuan walked for less than 3 minutes. He saw plenty of people standing at the entrance of the county governor's residence. Among them, there was a rather tanned man who was being held in the center by the crowd. Among these people, Lin Yuan recognized a few of them. As a resident of the Xia region, Lin Yuan naturally knew what the county governor looked like. Wasn't the county governor standing beside the tanned man who was being held in the center by the crowd? Lin Yuan had also seen the few people standing beside the county governor. Previously, when he had opened the Fei store, it was inevitable for him to interact with them. However, this interaction was one-sided. Lin Yuan recognized them, but they wouldn't remember Lin Yuan, who was just a nobody. At that moment, the tan man also saw Lin Yuan. He took a few steps forward and waved his hand. "Lord Lin Yuan is really fast. I just arrived at the bottom, and Lord Lin Yuan is already here." The people from the county governor's residence only knew that Ling Wu was Lord Ling Zhao's subordinate. When he arrived, Ling Wu didn't mention anything and simply said that he was waiting for someone. Therefore, they automatically waited beside Ling Wu. However, they didn't expect that the person Ling Wu was waiting for was a youth. Furthermore, it was unbelievable that Ling Wu addressed this youth as Lord. However, when everyone saw the Class 2 Creation Master crest on Lin Yuan's chest, they understood. For such a young Class 2 Creation Master to have such a powerful background, it was self-evident. After exchanging pleasantries, Ling Wu summoned his Platinum Fei, the Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle. He then invited Lin Yuan to sit on the Fei. Previously, Lin Yuan had already sat on a Platinum Fei. Now that he was riding on the back of a Platinum Fei, he wasn't as excited and nervous as before. This Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle might be a fearsome power offense type Fei, and a ferocious bird that would produce flames with every flap of its wings. The Platinum Fei quickly brought Lin Yuan to Redbud City. On the Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle's back, Ling Wu constantly conversed with Lin Yuan and seemed rather intimate. Lin Yuan understood that City Lordess Ling Xiao had asked Ling Wu to fetch him, which was actually a kind of attitude. Otherwise, she would have just announced that Lin Yuan was going to Redbud City and wouldn't have asked her subordinate to fetch him. Looking at Ling Wu's reaction, he was actually rather respectful toward Lin Yuan. This showed how much Ling Xiao valued Lin Yuan. Chapter 85. Radiance Federation, Royal Capital. This was the most prosperous place in the entire Radiance Federation. As far as the eye could see, Linlin was always so harmonious. The noon sky was originally fine, but the sky had inadvertently turned gloomy. The burning ink-colored thick clouds extended their sharp claws at the clear sky. They were like evil devils that were greedy and cruel as they occupied the blue sky. The sky was pressed down by the ink-colored clouds, and it seemed to be a little lower out of nowhere. The sky above the royal capital had an oppressive feeling as though black clouds were pressing down on the city. There seemed to be a beautiful arc between darkness and light that was evenly divided into two halves. Everything happened in a flash, and the ink-colored clouds in the darkness exploded with a bright electric spark that was like a slithering silver snake. It was overturning the seas and rivers in the dark quagmire. The wind blew and ruffled the lake water outside the royal capital. It also blew off a few spots of messy red on the branches, turning them into scattered splendor. At that moment, in the royal capital's leaning moon mountain, in the radiant moon palace's garden, a woman in a moon-colored robe raised her head and looked at the sky. It was dark and gloomy, light and darkness, oppressive and relaxed, dignified and elegant, and it complemented each other in the sky. She looked at this perfectly fused scene and sighed softly. The morning sun clears up in seclusion, and the evening rain overshadows high in the sky. The breeze brushed past the loose hair on the woman's forehead, adding a touch of gentleness. The clash between extremes would always be the embodiment of nature's charm, and this charm could cleanse one's state of mind during a shock. The woman lowered her head and fiddled with the lotus flower in the water jar. The lotus flower seemed to have spirituality, and the crimson lotus flower emitted a fragrance between the woman's fingers. At that moment, an ice-cold female voice echoed beside the woman. "Moon Empress, this sunset jade leaf lotus has been nurtured by you in the garden for just over 2 years, and it has already evolved to diamond." The Moon Empress lowered her head, picked up an amber bottle, and sprayed the sunset jade leaf lotus with the liquid inside. The sunset jade leaf lotus leaves glowed with multicolored light, as though it was a precious treasure. The mist that the woman sprayed out from the amber bottle had turned into a fragrance. This sunset jade leaf lotus might have evolved to diamond, but its diamond ability isn't a support type ability, but an attack type ability. The Moon Empress voice was a little regretful as she spoke to the woman with the ice-cold voice. "Sangyue, go and plant the sunset jade leaf lotus in the lotus pond at the back of the hall. It would be a waste to leave the lotus fragrance in the garden." Sangyu nodded. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard. As the footsteps got closer, a gentle male voice could be heard. "Moon Empress, the young prodigy that I gave you previously is the one who passed the Class 2 Creation Master exam in Redbud City during Ling Zhao's tenure. I have already confirmed that all 3 of the Lifestyle Class Spirit Chi professional exams have full marks. These questions were specially set by Elder Ning, and it is said that they are much trickier than the Lifestyle Class Union's exams." The man's voice made the Moon Empress raise her head, and her eyes lit up. He completed the Class 2 Creation Master exam at the age of 18 and actually scored full marks for the 3 Lifestyle Class Spirit Chi Occupation exams. He is truly worthy of the title Young Prodigy. The man's gentle voice continued. "Moon Empress, I have already informed Ling Xiao to bring the little genius over." "You did a good job, Xianyu." Following the Moon Empress statement, the noisy wind that was blowing in the garden suddenly stopped, and there were no more disturbances. It was unknown if the wind had coincidentally stopped or if the woman's words had stopped the disturbance. Xianyu quickly bowed. "These are all things that I should do, but Moon Empress, the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association has heard that you have the intention to accept a disciple and has chosen Creation Master Fengyang, who is known as the #1 prodigy among the Creation Masters." Before the Moon Empress could speak, Sangyue's ice-cold voice echoed first. "Creation Master Fengyang? A young Creation Master actually has a title? Could he already be a Class 4 Creation Master at such a young age?" Xianyu looked at Sangyue and smiled before replying in a gentle voice. "No matter how much of a prodigy a Class 4 Creation Master is, it is not a position that can be reached by the younger generation. This Creation Master Fengyang is only a Class 2 Creation Master, but it is said that he is already qualified to be promoted to a Class 3 Creation Master. The title Fengyang is given by the Creation Master Association's 3 vice presidents to encourage him. He is now 24 years old." Sanyue's expression didn't change, and her voice was still cold. "Fengyang? By the heavens' order to bestow the light of the sun. He, such a title is truly impressive. Could it be that this creation, Master Fengyang, can lead the radiance?" The Moon Empress laughed in response. "Sanyue, only you can say such words. However, with this encouragement, I believe that this Creation Master Fengyang must have been carefully nurtured by the Creation Master Association. After hearing the Moon Empress' words, Sang Yue twitched her mouth and said, "Only you can say such words. Once I heard that my lord has the intention to accept disciples, the Creation Master Association had the intention to send over 7 or 8 individuals. If Feng Yang is truly outstanding, why didn't he send him over earlier? Now that he is sent over with a title, who knows if it is a new title?" Sang Yue nodded. "You are right, Sang Yue. This Creation Master Feng Yang is called Cheng Rue, and he was the first to be sent over by the Creation Master Association. Back then, the Moon Empress rejected him because she was too busy. Now that he has a title, he is sent over again. I wonder what the Moon Empress thinks of him." The Moon Empress waved her hand. "Forget it. Since the Creation Master Association has been so generous twice, this Empress won't reject it. When the young prodigy comes over, ask the Creation Master Association to bring this self-titled Creation Master Feng Yang over as well." Sang Yue responded in response. "Yes, Moon Empress." At the same time, Dean Wang of the Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Chi University's Creation Master Academy has also recommended someone to you. He isn't just a Creation Master, but he is also the Radiance 100 Sequences number 3 seat. His nickname is Overflowing Sea. The Moon Empress replied, "Then bring him over as well. Then bring him along. Let the little prodigy witness the strength of those who stand at the peak of the younger generation." When Sang Yue heard the Moon Empress' words, her cold voice suddenly had a hint of surprise. "Moon Empress is so considerate for the young prodigy. Could it be that you are planning to accept the young prodigy as a disciple? Wouldn't Sang Yue and I have an additional young master?" The Moon Empress smiled. "I will only know if he succeeds after I personally test him." The Moon Empress might be saying this, but she recalled the information that Sang Yue had sent over. That stack of words recorded the scenes of a youth trying to survive with his younger sister. After the spirit guard's loyalty, he sent his younger sister to school, and he did his best to prepare Faze for his younger sister. When doing business, he adhered to principles and wasn't arrogant or rash. These qualities were what the Moon Empress admired. Character was precious, and at certain times, it was even more important than talent. However, she would only know after she truly saw him. As one of the Moon Empress' 2 moon envoys, Sang Yue was currently going to the Creation Master Association and the Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Chi University to pass on the Moon Empress information. However, when she left, Sang Yue already knew that she was going to have an additional young master. Otherwise, with the Moon Empress temper, she wouldn't reveal the slightest bit of favoritism. "Sang Yue, follow me to the breeding room. You are going to be teacher's person, and you must prepare the necessary greeting gifts." The Moon Empress was thinking about how much the Chef Supreme and Bamboo Monarch treasured their disciples. The Moon Empress expressed that it was just child's play. Chapter 86. The Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle's flying speed was extremely fast and soon arrived at Redbud City. Lin Yuan stood on the Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle's back and looked over, but he couldn't see the entire city. It was obvious how vast Redbud City was. The Scarlet Feather Fire Eagle didn't stop, but it wasn't like how Lin Yuan's previous flying phase stopped at the designated landing spot in Redbud City. Instead, it flew straight into the Redbud City's City Lordess residence and stopped on the limestone steps outside the City Lordess residence. "Lord Lin Yuan, follow me in. I reckon that Lord Ling Xiao has been waiting for a long time." This statement made Lin Yuan's brows raise. When he received Ling Wu's notification, he immediately went to the Xia Region's county governor's residence without any delay. Therefore, wasn't because he was slow, but because in Ling Wu's heart, Ling Xiao was in a hurry to see him. Since Lin Yuan couldn't think of a reason, Lin Yuan didn't want to think about it anymore. In any case, when he saw Ling Xiao, He believed that Ling Xiao would give him an answer. Lin Yuan followed Ling Wu into the city lordess residence's grand hall, and Ling Xiao was the only one there. After Ling Wu brought Lin Yuan over, he reported to Ling Xiao and went to busy himself with his own matters. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yuan, and his expressionless face didn't show any joy. However, Lin Yuan could feel the joy in Ling Xiao's actions. It must have been a tiring journey. Have a meal with me at noon, and I will bring you to the royal capital in the afternoon. After hearing the words royal capital, Lin Yuan's previous doubts seemed to be answered. It seemed like the benefits that even Elder Ning was envious of were in the royal capital. The benefits of the royal capital and creation masters could even make a class 4 creation master like Elder Ning envious. Could it be related to the 3 majesties above the clouds? City Lordess, this kid isn't tired. May I know why we are going to the royal capital? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and asked, "The Moon Empress wishes to meet you." He didn't say anything else. Originally, if Lin Yuan didn't ask, Ling Xiao didn't intend to say anything and would just bring Lin Yuan to the Moon Empress. As for the Moon Empress' intention to accept a disciple, Ling Xiao might know about it, but he wouldn't reveal it to Lin Yuan. Ling Xiao really hoped that the Moon Empress disciple would be in Redbud City. Mentioning the leak might give him a better idea and prepare to perform well in advance. However, Ling Xiao also understood what could be said and what could not be said. As it was related to the Moon Empress' thoughts, Ling Xiao didn't dare to say much. Keeping his mouth shut was the best choice. Lin Yuan didn't expect that he had guessed correctly. It seemed like the great benefit that Elder Ning mentioned was related to the Moon Empress. Ling Xiao sized up Lin Yuan and said, "Before eating, go take a bath and change your clothes. I will get someone to prepare your clothes. You must not be rude when meeting the Moon Empress." Lin Yuan suddenly felt as though he was being despised. She looked at the pair of jeans she was wearing and the white half-sleeved shirt she was wearing. She then looked at Ling Xiao's eyes. Lin Yuan was sure that he was really being despised. Ling Xiao called 2 people over, and they were the city lord residence's staff members. Ling Xiao asked them to bring Lin Yuan to take a bath and change his clothes. After cleaning up, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Yuan again. What he had chosen for Lin Yuan was nothing more than a set of standard Spirit Qi clothing. The black Spirit Qi clothing had some dark patterns, a fitting cut, and a matte texture with some simple metal decorations. When Lin Yuan was wearing such a simple Spirit Qi clothing, even Ling Xiao couldn't help but say that the person on top of the world was like jade, and the young master was unparalleled. Apart from his handsomeness, there was also a kind of calmness. This was a kind of aura that was previously concealed by Lin Yuan's clothing. Now that this aura was being emitted, it really added a little manly aura to Lin Yuan. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the lunch wasn't simple. There were 8 dishes on the table, and only he and Ling Xiao were eating. Most of the ingredients for the dishes were from gold phase. This meal made Lin Yuan understand what it meant to be rich and imposing. This meal was equivalent to eating half a gold fei. It would at least cost close to 10,000 radiance dollars. However, when the dishes entered his stomach, Lin Yuan could vaguely feel that the Spirit Qi in his body was constantly increasing. The food made from gold spiritual ingredients actually had the effect of slowly increasing one's cultivation. When Ling Xiao saw that Lin Yuan was almost done eating, she said to the butler, "Prepare another portion of Spirit Swamp Rhino's milk." Spirit Swamp Rhino was a platinum fei, and it was said that its milk had an extremely strong bone-strengthening effect. The Spirit Swamp Rhino was a platinum fei, and it was said that the Spirit Swamp Rhino's milk had an extremely strong bone-strengthening effect. It was actually made into a double skim milk dessert. After eating this meal, Lin Yuan somewhat understood that cultivation was really like rolling a snowball. When it was a small snowball, it was very hard to roll it into a big snowball. If one used too much force in the middle, the snowball would scatter. But when the small snowball became a big snowball, no matter how much it rolled on the ground, it might not scatter, but it would be hard to feel the snowball's volume increase. Therefore, if the snowball's volume wanted to increase, one had to do their best to not let go of any of the snow and fuse all of it into the body. This was also why high-tier spirit chi professionals would use large amounts of food to supplement their cultivation while cultivating. Lin Yuan could feel the changes in his body's spirit chi and bones. Lin Yuan could not help but think that he could still afford the food made from bronze spiritual ingredients. In fact, he could even occasionally eat a few meals made from silver spiritual ingredients. Should he prepare meals made of these spiritual ingredients for himself and Chu Si as well? After the meal, Ling Xiao summoned her aerial spirit beast. Lin Yuan looked over and saw that this spirit beast horse was snow white with a blue jade horn on its head. It also had a pair of giant white wings with specks of sapphire blue. It looked very handsome and elegant. Using true data, Lin Yuan found out that this elegant-looking horse was actually a fantasy breed. It was even a diamond fantasy breed, Blue Jade Pegasus. When Lin Yuan rode on the Blue Jade Pegasus with Ling Xiao, he really did not expect that he would actually be riding on the back of a fantasy breed fae. The Blue Jade Pegasus flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The sharp horn on its head drew across the sky with a dreamy blue color and a jade-like luster. It had a little of the feeling of Lantian's warm jade smoke. The Blue Jade Pegasus flew at an extremely fast speed, and when Lin Yuan looked at the ground, he felt that the mountains and rivers on the ground were like illusions. Even with the Blue Jade Pegasus speed, it will take over a day to travel from Redbud City to the royal capital. During this period of time, you can recuperate on the back of the Pegasus. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. City Lord, even with the Blue Jade Pegasus speed, it actually takes over a day to reach the royal capital. The royal capital is really far from Redbud City. Lin Yuan looked at the illusory mountains and rivers under his feet and could not help but click his tongue again. Chapter 87. Ling Xiao looked at the illusory mountains and rivers beneath his feet, which were constantly changing as the Blue Jade Pegasus flapped its wings. Redbud City isn't considered far from the royal capital. Among the 32 cities, Redbud City is located in the south-central region and is considered the 14th closest city to the royal capital. The extreme north's Cold Frost City, the extreme south's Blazing Flame City, and the west's Marshru City are considered the further cities. Even with the Blue Jade Pegasus's speed, it will take at least half a month to reach. Ling Xiao didn't usually speak much, but he was willing to explain to Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan listened to Ling Xiao's description, he felt that the knowledge he learned from books was ultimately just a number. No matter how shocking the number was, it couldn't compare to sitting on a fantasy breed fae and feeling its speed, using time to measure the Radiance Federation's vastness. If we travel by water, will the time be shorter? Lin Yuan realized that Ling Xiao had been guiding the Blue Jade Pegasus to travel on land. Even if they passed through water, it would be inland rivers and lakes, and never the sea. Ling Xiao used his hand to caress the Blue Jade Pegasus's neck and combed its fur, but his expression turned grave. When you possess a fae that can fly in the sky, the first lesson you have to learn is not to fly above the sea. After the Spirit Chi Awakening, the sea, which humans could freely fish before the Spirit Chi Awakening, had become the most dangerous region after the Spirit Chi Awakening. No matter how vast the land was, it would only occupy less than 40% of the planet, and the remaining 60% was the sea. The sea was deep and undetectable. Even in the coastal waters, one might encounter a wild gold fae, a gold fish type, Fei could easily overturn a fishing boat in the sea. Occasionally, platinum Feis would come to the coastal waters, which made the coastal waters exceptionally dangerous. If one were to fly above the sea and encounter a giant whale Fei, the giant whale Fei might accidentally spit out a water pillar and shoot it down, resulting in death or injury. Lin Yuan could hear the seriousness in Ling Zhao's words, and he immediately remembered them. He engraved these words firmly in his heart, but he still asked, even a diamond/fantasy breed Fei can't do it. Ling Zhao turned around and looked at Lin Yuan with a look of admiration. He did not expect Lin Yuan to be able to tell that this blue jade Pegasus was a diamond/fantasy breed Fei. It wasn't hard to see that the blue jade Pegasus was a fantasy breed, but in order for Lin Yuan to ride it comfortably, Ling Zhao had already restrained the blue jade Pegasus' prowess. Lin Yuan could still tell that the blue jade Pegasus was a fantasy breed. Such insight wasn't something that a person who had just become a Class 2 creation master would have. However, while Ling Zhao was full of praise, the words that came out of his mouth were especially serious. These serious words made Lin Yuan's hair stand on end, because there might be myth breed Feis in the deep sea. Myth breed? Lin Yuan asked. Lin Yuan had never heard of myth breed before. In fact, there was no mention of it in the star web. But for some reason, these 3 words seemed to have a magic power that shook people's hearts. Yes, a myth breed. It was an existence that was superior to the fantasy breed. When a Fei reached the legend grade and fused with the world willpower to form a willpower rune, it could be called a fantasy breed. Fantasy breed Feis had already surpassed the scope of science, and were Feis that only existed in fantasy. As for myth breed, it transforms shallow fantasies into real myths. Every myth breed Fei that appears is equivalent to a myth, and each Fei's power is enough to create a myth. When talking about the myth breed, Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with deep yearning and respect. Ling Zhao's words had opened the door to a new world for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had always thought that fantasy breeds were the pinnacle. As a creation master, Lin Yuan knew that Feis had limitless possibilities to evolve, but he didn't expect it to be a myth above fantasy. When Ling Zhao saw Lin Yuan's shocked expression, he thought to himself, if Lin Yuan could become the Moon Empress disciple, it wouldn't be too early to say this. Then Lin Yuan would be able to touch the myth realm. After all, the Moon Empress was a living legend. Lin Yuan, the myth breed is a secret that the Radiance Federation hasn't publicized on StarWeb, so don't spread it. Also, do you know how the grades of fantasy breed Feis are divided? Lin Yuan still couldn't understand Ling Zhao's question. However, the answers to these questions aroused his desire for the unknown. Junior doesn't know. Please tell me, City Lord. Ling Zhao pointed at the blue jade Pegasus and said, this blue jade Pegasus is a Class 1 fantasy breed Fei. Fantasy breed Feis are classified as Fantasy V, and every transformation is equivalent to 1 sublimation. Lin Yuan firmly engraved the words Fantasy V transformation in his heart. Ling Zhao looked at Lin Yuan and suddenly said, that's right. If you have the ability, when you become a creation master, don't let your combat strength fall behind. Lin Yuan was deeply moved by Ling Zhao's words. Creation masters were just powerful means to evolve Feis. Although it was also considered a kind of strength, at certain times, a combat class spirit chi professional's ability was the foundation of one's survival. At this point, neither Ling Zhao nor Lin Yuan spoke again. The sun set in the west, and night fell. The thin air in the sky was chilly. After October, it was already autumn. The bright moon hung in the sky, and when Lin Yuan looked at the bright moon, he felt that the bright moon was within reach. But when he reached out, the bright moon felt like it was the furthest distance in the world. Lin Yuan looked at the bright moon for a night until dawn broke and the sun and moon alternated. Lin Yuan suddenly comprehended something while the sun and moon alternated, and a willpower rune that looked like the alternation of yin and yang appeared in Lin Yuan's spiritual world. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and felt the willpower rune that was born from the sun and moon alternating. Ling Xiao's eyes were wide open. Even if Ling Xiao lost his 7 emotions, he couldn't help but want to curse. What a freaking genius! This kid on my blue jade Pegasus actually comprehended a willpower rune while looking at the sunrise. When did willpower runes become so easy to comprehend? If Ling Xiao didn't have a willpower rune and Lin Yuan was extremely close, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to sense the formation of Lin Yuan's willpower rune. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that Lin Yuan had more than one willpower rune. There were 3 willpower runes in Lin Yuan's mind, and they were constantly flying around Lin Yuan's spiritual energy. Chapter 88. Ling Xiao was amazed at Lin Yuan's talent. Lin Yuan had comprehended a willpower rune just by looking at a sunrise, and Ling Xiao couldn't help but want to trample on Lin Yuan. However, Ling Xiao circulated his spiritual power, which was suffused with a cyclone, to isolate the air currents in the sky. It allowed Lin Yuan to be in the most suitable environment to comprehend and silently guard him. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes, Ling Xiao withdrew his spiritual power and said to Lin Yuan, seriously, after comprehending a willpower rune, you will be 1 step closer to becoming a fantasy breed. Now that you have comprehended the willpower rune, you are 1 step closer to becoming a fantasy breed. However, remember this. If you want your Fae to reach the 3rd transformation of Fantasy V, don't let it evolve into a fantasy breed after reaching Platinum. When Lin Yuan heard Ling Xiao's words, he couldn't help but ask, what if I want to reach Fantasy V? I don't know how to achieve Fantasy V, but it is best to evolve my Fae's quality to Legend at Gold grade and transform it into a fantasy breed. Otherwise, unless I have a great fortuitous encounter, I will be stuck at Fantasy 3 for the rest of my life. Lin Yuan remembered Ling Xiao's words. These words were very precious to a combat class spirit chi professional who had just comprehended a willpower rune. If I can evolve a bronze Fae to Legend and evolve it into a fantasy breed, will I have a chance to reach the 5th transformation of Fantasy V? Ling Xiao took a deep breath and glanced at Lin Yuan. Do you think it is as easy to evolve a bronze Fae to Legend or a gold Fae to Legend? It is more than 100 times harder to evolve a bronze Fae to Legend than a gold Fae to Legend. Even a Class 4 creation master might not be able to do it even if they go all out. Furthermore, do you think that willpower runes are so easy to obtain? Even among the Radiance 100's younger generation, not everyone has a fantasy breed. Most of them aren't stuck at Legend, but at the willpower rune. Indeed, becoming a member of the Radiance 100 sequence would allow one to enjoy the Radiance Federation's resources, and the Creation Master's resources would be ample. Even if a gold Fae couldn't evolve to Legend, it shouldn't be a problem to evolve to Legend at Platinum. However, Lin Yuan didn't feel that a willpower rune was difficult. The arrival of his 3 willpower runes was as smooth as drinking water. It was so natural. Ling Xiao's words reminded Lin Yuan of something. Lin Yuan had always subconsciously regarded the difficulty of evolving Faes above bronze to Legend as the same. Whether it was bronze, silver, or gold, as long as the spirit energy was in place, it would be successful with the right combination of spirit materials. But now, Lin Yuan realized that he was wrong. This situation was only suitable for him and not other creation masters. Lin Yuan didn't have to worry about evolving Faes to Legend, but he didn't have any good solutions for his source-type life form, Red Thorn. It could be said that Red Thorn's evolution was a huge problem that Lin Yuan was facing. Even now, he did not have any good ideas. After flying for 1 day and 1 night, he could already see the royal capital's silhouette under the rising sun. The majestic royal capital was very magnificent, and under the rising sun, Lin Yuan's heart was filled with lofty sentiments. Royal capital, Lin Yuan, am coming. Yo, isn't this the Radiance 100 Sequences, Lord Overflowing Sea? The Radiance 100 should be participating in the trial mission now. Why is Lord Overflowing Sea here at the Leaning Moon Mountain? The one speaking was a youth with thin lips. When he spoke, he might have a sincere smile on his face, and his actions were passionate, but his true feelings and passion couldn't conceal that kind of fake feeling. Cheng Rui looked at the Radiance 100 Sequences, Lord Overflowing Sea, Long Tao, who was standing beside him with an arrogant expression. Lin Yuan felt the pressure increase. Long Tao might be the Radiance 100 Sequences, Lord Overflowing Sea, and a powerful combat-class spirit Qi professional. At the same time, he was also an extremely talented creation master. Cheng Rui's combat ability couldn't be compared with Long Tao's, but in terms of creation master talent, he might not have competed with Long Tao before, but he was certain that he was stronger than Long Tao. After all, he was known as the most talented creation master of the younger generation and had the title of Fengyang when he was just a Class 2 creation master. Long Tao didn't even look at Cheng Rui. Instead, he looked at the elder standing behind Cheng Rui and said, "Lord Overflowing Sea, since you aren't being sincere, then don't call me that. Since the title Lord Overflowing Sea isn't sincere, then don't call me that. I have never liked to play around. A Class 2 creation master already has a title, and we are around the same age. Why don't the Creation Master Association give me, Long Tao, a title too?" Long Tao's words had a hidden meaning. He wasn't just targeting Cheng Rui, but also the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association that was standing behind Cheng Rui. Long Tao wasn't the only one dissatisfied with the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association's actions. The Royal Capital's Advanced Spirit Qi University's Creation Master Academy was also dissatisfied. No matter how high one's potential was, once one reached that status, one would naturally be given a glorious title. To be given a title at Class 2, and to proclaim that one had the #1 talent among the younger generation of creation masters, it would definitely make many talented youths feel dissatisfied. Cheng Rui's face immediately turned pale. The elder standing behind Cheng Rui quickly said, "Long Kid, your words are too much. Little Dragon, you've gone too far with your words. Cheng Rui is indeed capable and worthy of this title." The elder behind Cheng Rui was the vice president of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association and had accumulated prestige for a long time. He was currently choking on Long Tao's words. However, with Long Tao's status, even he didn't dare to reprimand Long Tao for being the Radiance 100's #3 seat. Furthermore, Long Tao was standing beside the dean of the Royal Capital's Advanced Spirit Qi University's Creation Master Academy. The Royal Capital's Creation Master Association and the Royal Capital's Advanced Spirit Qi University's Creation Master Academy had always been in a competitive relationship. If Long Tao said a few more words, this old fellow who had been competing with him for many years would probably join the battle. Long Tao still had the same expression and didn't even look at Cheng Rui. "A few days ago, I successfully passed the Class 3 Creation Master exam at the Ascending Dragon City's Creation Master Association. If Cheng Rui is capable enough to accept this title, I wonder if I can also obtain the title that the Creation Master Association prepared in advance. However, even if the Creation Master Association prepared a title, I will not accept it. Once I become a Class 4 Creation Master, I will naturally take the title that belongs to me." Long Tao's words were like slaps after slaps. There was nothing wrong with his words, but they were all ruthlessly slapping Cheng Rui's face. Long Tao's words caused the vice president of the Creation Master Association's face to turn green and pale, and he had a displeased expression. But in the end, Long Tao's words weren't wrong. Had it not been for the Moon Empress accepting a disciple, no matter how talented Cheng Rui was, he wouldn't have prepared a title at Class 2. He had prepared a title just to solidify his reputation as a young creation master. But now, Long Tao was already a Class 3 creation master. Even if Cheng Rui had the potential to become a Class 3 creation master, he was ultimately not a Class 3 creation master. The vice president of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association didn't look at Cheng Rui with as much confidence as before. However, after thinking about it, the Moon Empress acceptance of a disciple was ultimately her choice. The Moon Empress only had a single thought as to who she would choose.